Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic test, 1, 2. Mic check, mic check,
Mic test, 1, 2.
mic test, 1, 2.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic check, 1, 2, mic check.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic test, 1, 2, mic test.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2.
Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Is that okay? Should I test it? Yeah. Okay.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. You want to show the recognitions on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening. School Board Trustees, Mr. Soto, Cabinet, and community members. We have quite a few recognitions, so we're going to go ahead and begin. So our first ones are from KMS. We have Alejandra Alvarez and Adina Escobedo. So they are junior finalists for the middle school honors performance at Carnegie Hall. In the front. Next, we have Rico Salazar, and he is our Spectrum Athlete of the Week. Next, we have our McCullum Business Professionals of America National Qualifiers. We have Stephen Minko, who placed second in fundamental word processing, and Sarah Reyes, who placed fifth in fundamental word processing. Next, we have quite a few students who are Microsoft Office specialists for Word Associates. So we have Denise Gonzaba, who's the teacher. We have Katrina, we have Alfie, Dominique, Samuel, Yareli, Orlando, Kimberly, and Fabian. Yeah. You can give them to Miss Gonzaba. Yeah, and you can give those to Miss Gonzaba. Now we have our Harlandale boys basketball team, our 2023 District 28 5A champions. Do we have anyone from the team here? Okay. And now we have Jason Peña. So he is our KSAT athlete of the week. Jason? So Jason plays tennis, varsity tennis at McCollum. Next, we have Ryan Nunez. He is a Harlandale High School student, and he participated in the Battle of the Flowers program cover design contest. Is Ryan here this evening? Okay, now we have Samuel Arcos. So he's a fourth grade student at Rayburn Elementary, and he participated in the Texas Cavaliers River Parade Art Contest. His art teacher is Lisa De Leon, and Samuel got District 3 runner-up. Alex. Alex. Alex, if they can open it. Next, we have our Harlandale High School girls basketball team for getting into the by-district playoffs. Next, we have our McCollum girls basketball team for being area qualifiers. See here? Next, we have a group of students who participated in a U.S. Department of Education art exhibit. So we have Columbia Heights Elementary students, Angela, Isaac, Annabelle, Aaliyah, and Jaden. That's okay. We can get a photo.
Thank you.
Appreciate
it.
Next, we have our 2022-2023 District Student of the Year. We have Justin Menchaca from Harlandale High School. Now, please join us in giving a round of applause to our 2023 Teachers of the Year. So this year's 2023 District Teacher of the Year is Miss Elizabeth Padron from Columbia Heights Elementary. Congratulations. Yep, this concludes tonight's recognitions. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our regular board meeting of the Harlandale ISD Independent School District. Today is Monday, March 20th, 2023. It is 6:17 and we are beginning our meeting. We will begin with the thought of the day and the Pledge of Allegiance. To do that first and then. Oh, okay, I'll remember. Mhm.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Mr. Soto, cabinet and community members. I have two students here from Collier Elementary. I have Madison Martinez and Armando Tierra Negra. I'm Elizabeth Lozano. I am the principal of Collier Elementary, and we are here to do the pledges and the thought of the day. I'm going to start with the pledges. So if we can all please stand, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas pledge.
Honré la bandera de Texas, te juro lealtad, Texas, un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
Thank you. And now for the thought of the day. You may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated. In fact, it may be necessary to encounter the defeats so you can know who you are, what you can rise from, and how you can still come out of it. Maya Angelou. Thank you very much.
Moving on to agenda item 2A, the roll call and recording of board members present. Mr. Luna,
Present.
Ms. Ortiz,
Here.
Mr. Mancha,
Present.
Mrs. Carrillo. Here. Ms. Limon. Here. Mr. Moreno.
Present, ma'am.
And myself, I am here. We do have a quorum. Mr. Soto, would you let us know who's here from staff and cabinet members, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, HISD family. This evening, we have our Assistant Superintendent for Business and Finance, Mr. Richard Hernandez.
Here.
We have our Executive Director of Operations, Dr. Hinojosa.
Here.
We have our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Casey.
Here.
We have our Executive Director of Human Resources, Dr. Salinas.
Here.
And filling in for Ms. Mariana is Ms. Melinda from our Public Information Office.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Soto. We also have Dr. Castleberry with us this evening. Hi, Dr. Castleberry.
Hi, thank you.
Moving on to agenda item 3, public comment. Members of the public may register to speak by providing name, phone number, and the items, if any, which they wish to speak. Registration shall begin at 5 and end promptly at 6. The meeting shall begin at 6:15, although we started at 6:17, my apologies. Each person must be available to speak when asked or will lose their opportunity to address the board. 3-minute maximum per speaker. Citizens are offered an opportunity to address the board without prior approval. The board president will have the discretion to reduce the time allotment and limit the total number of speakers in order to ensure that the meeting is orderly and managed within technological capabilities. There are 15 community members that signed up for public comment. Although I have the discretion of lowering the 3-minute, I won't. Everybody will have the maximum 3-minute to speak. The topics addressed shall be limited to those specifically included on the board's agenda and or district related. The board will not comment or engage in discussion. Presentations shall be informative only. No board action will be taken. Presentation shall not include statements which may be considered defamatory, inflammatory, and or threatening against a person of the district, and speakers shall not mention student names unless it is their own child, nor address a complaint against a district employee or officer. Such complaints will be handled through the guidelines set out in district policy. At all other times, members of the public shall not enter into any discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board. The board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. If, after at least one warning from the presiding officer, any individual continues to disrupt the meeting by his or her words or action, the presiding officer may request assistance from law enforcement officials to have the individual removed from the meeting. This goes without saying, because I know we are a family here at Harlandale ISD, but just as a friendly reminder, we will be respectful of each other. We will be respectful of the public speakers. We will not engage, criticize, or judge. We are a family coming together to open the lines of communication and be respectful of each other, as I know our Harlandale ISD family can and will be. We are starting with Erica Aranguiz. Ms. Aranguiz.
Good evening, Mr. Soto, board members.
Ms. Aranguiz, give me 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
This is going to be repetitive all night, but
Yes.
bear with me. You have a timer on the screen. It gives you 3 minutes. I think there's a little buzzer or ping, and that'll tell you your 3 minutes are up. I will have to cut you off as soon as that ringer goes, but it is a good guide to help you along to see how much time you have.
Wonderful.
So
Thank you.
thank you for signing up, and we're ready when you are, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Soto, board members, Harlandale staff and families. My name is Erica Aranguiz, and I'm a 5th grade dual language teacher at Columbia Heights Dual Language Academy. This year, our campus began the transition to becoming a dual language academy, an opportunity to offer our community and families more than a choice school, an education rooted in bilingualism and biculturalism with access, cultural responsive instruction, and equity for language learners. And that's coming from our Harlandale bilingual mission and vision, by the way. It's no secret that our campus, like many others, has seen a decline in enrollment. In recent weeks, a lot of information has been shared about Columbia Heights, but not enough has been shared about the program and the legacy that we are helping to cultivate. As Latinos, Latinas, Latinx, language and culture is a big part of our identity. What wasn't shared at the town hall meetings is that of the 155 dual language students that we have had since 2017 at Columbia Heights, only 4 did not continue in the dual language program at Leal. What also wasn't shared is that since the 2020-2021 school year, 5th grade dual language students now have an opportunity to earn a Spanish 1 high school credit. That's right. In 5th grade, our dual language students are getting 1 step closer to finishing high school, which is a huge milestone, especially given the dropout rate for Latino families. In 2020-2021, 11 of the 24 students earned their credit. In 2021-2022, 10 of the 19 students earned their credit. So we are sending half of our dual language students to middle school already with a high school credit. Low enrollment is what's driving our repurposing, but already this year we are seeing an increase in enrollment in the lower grades as we have transitioned them to a full dual language program model. In fact, we have had to turn families away because we didn't have the space for them. Our classrooms were at max and we didn't have an additional teacher allocation. At the last town hall meeting, Mr. Soto discussed placing us as a school within a school. While this may work for high schools, we don't feel it will work for elementary. Our numbers are growing because of the programming we are offering. If combined with Stonewall, this will put combined enrollment at about 700. What happens when we reach the 800 capacity? Will the dual language families be displaced again? What kind of message are we sending to our families when we are creating a space for esports, but not for their language and their culture? We fear assimilation of our program. Also, several families have already made the transition. So I ask you to consider the following. Provide the Dual Language Academy its own space to grow. San Antonio ISD's Mark Twain Dual Language Academy and Bonham Academy have shown great success. They have a competitive program with even a waiting list. Columbia Heights Dual Language Academy was in the process of developing the fine arts program to provide mariachi folklorico and art. We have the space at College Cafe to grow and provide a music room. If we absolutely must go, I encourage you to please provide a separate campus. Let's instead move the dual language families to our dual language campus and provide and combine the students from Collier and Stonewall. Like Mr. Soto said at the town hall meeting, if we continue at this rate, there won't be students for the high school. Invest in the
Ms.
elementaries.
That was
Thank
your
you.
3 minutes. Thank you so much for signing up. Thank you for signing up and for the valuable information and input you shared with us. Thank you. Our next community member is Irene De Hoyos. Ms. De Hoyos.
Hola,
Hi,
buenas
Ms.
tardes.
Buenas tardes. Nada más para recordarle, tiene 3 minutos máximos para hablar. Hay un reloj ahí en la pantalla donde puede usted guiarse para el tiempo que necesite. A los 3 minutos voy a tener que interrumpirla y no dejar terminar si es que aún no ha terminado.
Thank you very much.
Adelante. We're ready when you are.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon, this evening. So I just want to start with, in the early 1970s, a woman by the name of Beatriz Treviño, as a parent of Adams Elementary, spoke about bilingual education and how this program is needed in our district. The family would have been here today, but unfortunately her husband is in the hospital. And so they were not here with me to speak. I am Irene Avalos de Hoyos, a product of this decision in Harlandale. I went to Gillette when bilingual education was in infancy and continued on to Kingsborough and graduated in 1987 from McCullum. Today, I am an administrator from Columbia Heights, and I am a member of this community. The importance of this speech is a legacy of the growth of the Dual Language Academy. I returned to teach and help implement the first late maintenance model here in Harlandale. As Mr. Luna knows, the struggle we have as bilingual educators and have had since he also taught as a bilingual educator here in this very district. As we move forward, we have this opportunity to make a revolutionary move in our district. Our goal is to create a true bilingual dual language program here, and it's at hand, but yet we feel like the process is being dismantled by this board. A true bilingual program requires not only our non-ELs, but also our ELs, which we need our non-bilingual as well as bilingual students speak together in the same classroom. This past year, we've only had a handful of students that have been in those programs that are non-ELs. With this campus, we've created a classroom that almost is half and half. So we have the non-EBs with our EBs together. That is a true bilingual dual language program. So on our campus right now, our campus has grown from 2 pre-K dual language classrooms. We have 2 kinder that would have been another classroom, but students were sent away because of the cap of the classrooms. Our first grade dual language, we have 3 of them at this time. Once again, families were sent away because of the cap and the overload. Some of those students ended up going to their home districts. In conclusion, in order to have a successful dual language program, we need a location to grow, not a school within a school. If you place a goldfish in a small bowl, he will only grow to fit the size of that bowl. If you place him in a large area, he will grow to its environment. So please think about this location of this program. By placing us in another campus, you will be stifling our campus and our district's growth. Instead, remember the hard work of those parents, of those teachers that originated in 1970s, the teacher like Ms. Bernal
Ms.
and
Hoyos,
a parent like Ms. Treviño. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hoyos, for signing up and providing that information to us. Our next community board member, not board member, our next community member is Ms. Maricruz Martinez. Ms. Martinez. Hello, Ms. Martinez.
Hello.
Just as a friendly reminder, you're going to hear it all night long. 3 minutes maximum to speak. Your timer is on the screen to help guide you along. I will have to interrupt you the minute that timer goes off. And we are ready whenever you are, ma'am.
I understand. Good evening. It is great to see our community families and our students, the future leaders, scientists, mathematicians, doctors, lawyers, business owners, life and world changers here, showing support for all the adults coming to speak on their behalf and their educational futures. They are all paying attention and learning from us. In no way do I want to be disrespectful to any community or district family that is concerned over what will happen and how. I am concerned as well. If we react emotionally to the situation, then one day HISD could just become a memory. I understand running district schools at half capacity will lead to worse outcomes. My initial plan B thought was if we are to be moved, then move us all together, students and employees. I was quite shocked when I arrived at the first town hall meeting to hear we could be split up 3 ways. My thoughts have changed. Vestal has undeveloped land with room for growth. We have 3 empty buildings and a strong partnership with Avance. One of the empty buildings is currently being remodeled for 6 months to 2-year-olds. Avance has invested money and time into our Vestal campus. We also have 2 Avance storage sheds and an Avance pre-K playground installed on our campus. All the Avance classrooms are fully licensed and have the required emergency push-out windows installed. Just 3 weeks ago, they installed bulletproof front door covers and last week safety fencing on the Avance side of our campus. If Vestal is refenced, we have many other possibilities. We could have double drop-off and pickup areas in the front of the school and the back. Our campus has an empty gym to accommodate a full coaching staff. We have a 3rd large empty building. It has 3 large classrooms, a big science lab, student and adult restrooms, and a large library that could be converted into 2 or 3 classrooms. We used to use that for 5th graders in that building. Imagine making the library into extra classrooms and maybe 4th and 5th can be in that building. That would make more room for new incoming campus students and personnel at Vestal. I know you all have had difficult times in our district the last few years, and this just adds to it. But please do not forget, you were each voted in to be our voice and our vote. Please choose not with emotion, but with what logistically makes sense and is the best choice for the greater good of all that will be affected. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Thank you so much. Our next community member is Melissa V. Cantu. Ms. Cantu?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Cantu. Friendly reminder, 3 minutes max to speak. I will have to interrupt you whether you finish or not once the timer goes off. It is on the screen to guide you along. And we're ready whenever you are, ma'am.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of Carol Bell. I am a parent and have 2 children that attend. My son started at Carol Bell in kinder. My daughter started at Schultz in pre-K 3 and then moved to Carol Bell in pre-K 4. My son struggled with school from the very beginning. Right away, Carol Bell stepped in to help. Not only did his teachers go out of their way to guide him, but so did the counselor and social worker. They all made sure we had a plan at home and school to get him on the right track. He was able to get speech therapy, and through the years, he has just blossomed. By 1st grade, he received the Most Improved Award. In 2nd grade, he was Cowboy of the Year. 3rd grade, he placed 3rd in the school science fair. And in 4th grade, he was just selected to attend the Lone Star Leadership Academy. None of these accomplishments could have been possible without everyone who contributed to my son's success. All his teachers, the counselors, and dedicated staff at Carol Bell. During COVID, when my children were attending school virtually, the teachers made sure that their lessons were engaging and motivated. They kept their students on track so that when we did go back to school, they were ready. Closing Carol Bell will be detrimental to the HISD community because not only will the students feel like they are losing a safe school, but that they will be also losing their dedicated teachers and staff that they have grown to love and trust. These kids have already suffered by dealing with the fear of COVID-19 and having to go back to school. Then after the Robb Elementary tragedy, they've had to practice on what to do in the event of an active shooter. Now to take away the school that makes them feel safe will set them back emotionally and mentally. The children, teachers, staff, and community shouldn't be punished because of not having enough funds. There has to be another solution besides closing our school. Give us an opportunity and time to come up with an alternative, even if we have to do something like raising money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu, for signing up for public comment and for being an involved parent in our community. I appreciate that. Next community member is Allison Carnigan. Kerrigan. And I thought I got it right this time. I apologize. I apologize. As a friendly reminder, 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to interrupt you if you're not done right when the buzzer goes off. You have it on the screen for you to guide yourself. We're ready whenever you are, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, my name is Allison Kerrigan, and I teach music at Morrill Elementary. I also coach award-winning robotics teams with Ray Carillon. After 3 years of dealing with the ramifications of the pandemic, we have finally gained momentum with our teams and are very excited. We currently have 3rd grade students attending robotics practices to learn how to program, drive, and build. They are excited to be a part of the Tiger Robotics team in the fall and compete. If Morrill closes, there's not a guarantee that these hardworking students will end up at a campus with a robotics team. Essentially, this would be taking away a STEM opportunity from these Morrill students. In the 23-24 school year, we must look to add STEM opportunities to prepare our students for careers, college, and the military. We talk a lot about data in education. I'm in grad school right now, and we have spent countless hours learning about quantitative data. You have all the enrollment data, test scores, and future enrollment projections available to you. However, I want to talk to you about qualitative data. Qualitative data is, of course, information that cannot be counted, measured, or easily expressed using numbers. If you simply look at the quantitative data, then you are missing out on the essence of what makes Morrill successful. When I walk around my campus, I see teams of Morrill faculty and staff working together for the success of our students. The care and commitment I see from Morrill faculty and staff every day cannot be quantified, yet it is one of the biggest contributing factors to student success. A few weeks ago, I was asked, if Morrill is so great and wonderful, then why not spread that success out across the district? I replied, it doesn't work that way. Yes, each of the faculty and staff members at Morrill is great on their own, but the student success occurs when we work together as a Morrill family. I completely understand that Morrill cannot house over 800 students like other elementary schools in our district, but Morrill is not meant to house that many students for a reason. We have a small town feel in the middle of a large city. As someone who went to school in the middle of a cornfield, I know the small town feel when I experience it. I implore you and ask you to not repurpose Morrill Elementary. We put our students first every day and serve our current purpose just fine. We do not need to be repurposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan, for again signing up for public comment. And please accept my apologies for not pronouncing your last name correctly. Thank you, ma'am. Our next community member is Natalie Clifford. Ms. Clifford? Good evening. Hi, Ms. Clifford. I know you know this, but I'm going to repeat myself all night long. Bear with me. 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to interrupt you as soon as that buzzer goes off. 3 minutes on the screen to help guide you, and we're ready whenever you are.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Soto, Cabinet members, Board President Cavazos, school board members, and beloved Harlandale ISD community. My name is Natalie Clifford, and I serve as the president of the Harlandale Education Association, the largest union representing workers here in the school district. As a union, we recognize that staff, students, and families are feeling a variety of emotions regarding the district's strategic plan, considering the repurposing of several elementary schools. We are advocating that the transfer policy for teachers not only consider their certification, but also allow for seniority as a priority in determining where the impacted teachers would be placed next year. Furthermore, we advocate that paraprofessionals and classified staff also be allowed to submit their preferences on campuses for their transfer, rather than simply being assigned at a random campus. Our members have come to us with the concern that their transfer requests will be processed based on timestamp rather than seniority, which is why we are vocalizing this concern. We also believe that the district should listen carefully to the concerns of dual language teachers and families to maintain strong support for the emergent bilingual community in our district, a vibrant part of Southside San Antonio. We can all agree that our public schools are the vibrant fabric of our community and democracy in this country. On that note, we want to encourage everyone here this evening to direct some of the anger you're feeling towards the leadership of the state of Texas. We urge everyone to understand the damaging impact the leadership of the governor and his appointees at the Texas Education Agency have had on public education, and specifically our own school district, over the past few years. In order to receive funding from the state of Texas, our public schools are dependent on the average daily attendance of students, or ADA for short. This means that the COVID-19 pandemic devastated public education across the country, since it was challenging to prove attendance while everyone was literally trying to survive. One of the most dangerous bills being pushed through this legislative session, which represents a major threat to the funding of public school districts, is Senate Bill 8, which is set for a hearing this week on Wednesday, March 22nd. This bill would have disastrous effects to further defund public education in the state of Texas and is one of the governor's current top priorities. Senate Bill 8 is known as the vouchers bill and would incentivize parents to send their children to private and charter schools rather than public schools. This would directly decrease funding in public school districts like ours, since the number of students attending our schools would significantly drop further. It's extremely important that Texas state senators hear from their constituents about why they should vote no on Senate Bill 8 on Wednesday. Even taxpayers in the state of Texas without children should be very concerned with this proposed legislation, because tax dollars would go towards subsidizing private and charter schools rather than our public schools like Harlandale ISD. Please Google your Texas state senator and contact them to vote no on Senate Bill 8. If we can all agree that public schools are a cornerstone of democracy, we urge everyone here to become civically engaged at the state level and make your voice heard loudly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clifford. Ms. Clifford, thank you for always making sure to sign up for public comment and being so involved in our district. I appreciate it. Our next community member is Michelle Mora. Ms. Mora?
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Mora.
Hi.
As I've said several times, but I'm going to keep repeating myself to be consistent. 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to cut you off at exactly the 3 minutes when the buzzer goes off. You have the 3 minutes on the screen to help you guide along.
Okay.
And thank you for signing up for public comment, and we're ready whenever you are, ma'am.
Okay. First, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Carabel Elementary. I am a parent. One thing I've always told myself as a child, I moved school from school. And I told myself as a parent, when I have my children, I want to keep them with one school so they can grow as a family. We found it at Carabel. We've been there for 8 years. My son's already going to be in middle school and I still have my baby there. So we still want to continue to finish with our family. I've been approached. Spoke with my husband. We
we spoke to some ideal schools, so if there will no longer be Carabel, we will be moving to an ideal school. We also did a petition and I got online 520 online and signatures. I came up with 121 signatures who want to keep Carabel together as a family. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mora. Thank you, Ms. Mora. I applaud the hard work you're putting into making us listen to what community members want. I truly appreciate you signing up for public comment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Moving on to our next community member is Ms. Corina Salcido. Ms. Salcido?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Salcido, how are you? 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to cut you off as soon as the 3-minute buzzer goes off. It's on the screen to guide you along, and we are ready whenever you are, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, community members, parents, faculty, superintendent, cabinet, Ms. Castleberry, board members. Thank you, STEM High School, for your hospitality tonight. First, I'd like to discuss briefly consent item E. Amend the original contract of Marksman's General Construction of Memorial Phase 2 for $17,460,000. My question is why? If all these changes were necessary, they should have been in the original contract. Every change is more money. We'll get back to that. Consent item F. This statement is vague. It reads to take appropriate action for fee schedule to BLGY Inc. for basic services, compensation for the cost of work, and estimate cost of additional services for bond steering committee for $50,000. What? I don't understand that. Steering committee, what services, what work, why? Who is BLGY and a fee schedule? Finally, individual item 7C, discussion and possible action regarding letter to state election officials regarding school funding and district strategic planning. What is the goal of this letter? When is the resolution of this letter expected? And finally, this letter should be available to the public if it's not already. Pertaining to consent items E and F, the district and its board is supposed to be good stewards of money. Simply put, we are where we are because you're not. We think that this agenda item of 7F should not be on this agenda being so vague. This just seems to be hiding something. Where's the transparency? I hope it's not out the window again. I wanted to say that this district and its superintendent owes everyone in this district an apology. According to Texas governance, you guys do not spend enough time discussing students of this district, not in 80 minutes, not in 135 minutes. Why is that? We like our parents to think about that. Our kids are the future of this district, and they mean the world to many of us. Please keep that in mind with the school closing. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Salcido, for signing up for public comment. Next community member is Mr. Roman Peña. Mr. Peña? Mr. Peña, you can give it to our board secretary,
Yes.
Ms. Patty.
How many were there? 8? Let's see, how many are there? Seven?
Ms. Patty, do you mind just holding on to those? Thank you. Mr. Peña, friendly reminder, you have 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to cut you off exactly when that buzzer goes off. You have it on the screen for an easy guidance. And we are ready whenever you are.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Roman Peña, better known as Nick Peña, and I live at 530 Ware here in the Harlandale School District. I've been living there for almost 50 years. I pay a lot of taxes. And today, by the authority vested in me as a state vice commander of the American JF Forum, I bring you greetings on behalf of LULAC and the American JF Forum. 75 years ago, the American JF Forum was organized and charged to make education the freedom of Hispanic children and to protect and defend American democracy. Our federal charter reads as follows: to secure the blessings of American democracy at all levels for all the citizens of the United States, to foster and perpetuate the principles of American democracy, and to foster and enlarge equal educational opportunities and equal economic opportunity for all, and justice under the law, and equal justice under the law, to combat all practices of prejudicial and discriminatory nature at all levels of the government. This is just a few charges on our federal charge. A copy of the full proclamation is hereby submitted to you so you can look at it. After reviewing the proposed plan of action and listening to the community concerning the closure of the schools, it is a consensus of the majority present at the meeting, at the gathering, that we support the decision of the board. El destino de Harlandale ISD rests on your decision to move forward with a recommendation of the superintendent and the conservator, and to ensure that Harlandale Independent School District does not fall under the state of jurisdiction. LULAC and JF Forum, together with the community, are in agreement with what the board believes is the best thing for Harlandale, with downsizing as recommended by the superintendent and the state conservator. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you make this decision that you're about to make is the best for Harlandale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peña. We appreciate you signing up for public comment. Thank you, sir. Next community member is Jimmy Gonzalez.
Good evening. I know, right?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know the 3 minutes.
Yes, 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will interrupt you as soon as that buzzer goes off. It is on the screen to guide you, and we are ready whenever you are.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Listening to all of these community members, I realize that we are all very concerned about our students and staff being scattered throughout the district. I am a parent, employee, and alumni of HISD. HISD prides itself in legacy and tradition. I work at Morrill. So for me, Morrill is the first school in the district. If Harlandale ISD values legacy and tradition, I think if Morrill can still be utilized as a school, then keep it as a school. Make the updates and repairs that are needed to keep it running as such. Bring the Dual Language Academy to Morrill, where we already have a reputation of outstanding students and staff. I know that you guys are thinking about making it the Harlandale Care Center, and this is what I have to say. I love Harlandale Care Center. Both of my children have been to Harlandale Care Center. And my concern is that the 3-week wait list that has been, thrown around is that it has nothing to do with the number of students or the number of people waiting to get into Harlandale Care Center. It has much more to do with the therapists that we are lacking. So there's not enough therapists to treat and see our students. It doesn't have anything to do with the size of where Harlandale Care Center is. It's the therapists that we are lacking there. So just going on with that, I just want you guys to know we are not tied to the building of Morrill. We are tied to the relationships that we make daily to our community, students, parents, and colleagues. We are proud of what we have at Morrill Elementary, an A rating school, students, and staff. Moral means family. It is not just a saying, it is the standard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for signing up for public comment. We appreciate it. Next community member is Mr. Victor Salcido. Mr. Salcido? Hello, Mr. Salcido. Friendly reminder, you have 3 minutes maximum to speak. 3 minutes are on the screen to guide you, and I will have to interrupt you as soon as that buzzer goes off. We're ready whenever you are, sir.
Good evening. Y'all know we came up here and we spoke and we told y'all right before y'all passed this bond, $125 million, that we didn't have the enrollment and the kids. But yet y'all wanted to build all this stuff for the kids. Where are the kids now? Y'all decided to sell the land that we told you not to sell. Y'all said, we're gonna build houses there. We're gonna bring kids in. Where are the kids? In Harlandale Middle School, our superintendent said, we are landlocked. Yeah, we are. We just sold 100 acres. Where are the kids? Why are we in this position? Why? For the people that are sitting right in front of me don't know how to handle money. Yet we spend a whole bunch of money to go out for this $125 million to pass this bond, but yet we don't have money to go out there and find kids to come to our district and keep our classrooms going. Yet we're gonna close some schools, Vestal, Carabel, that are just being built, that were just being built by taxpayers' money, by our money. And now y'all wanna go renovate or add to it. Y'all like just like the city. Y'all build a street, 2 weeks later, y'all are breaking it up again. How do y'all manage this money? It's ridiculous. I haven't been to board meetings because y'all don't listen to us. Y'all are gonna do what you all want to do. That's a shame. That is really a shame. Because y'all told us one thing and y'all are doing another thing. Yes, we're gonna have a nice field out here. Yes, we're gonna have a good gymnasium. But the doors are gonna be locked. Why? We ain't got no kids. When this bond was passing, they said, Mr. Arcelo, it's because you haven't gone to the north side. Look what they have for their kids. Yeah, but north side has kids. What we're supposed to be doing now is trying to bring kids back into this district. Spend money on that. Spend money on that. Board members, none of y'all get paid to be board members. But I bet you that y'all get some kind of funding out of this construction. And that's why you want construction going.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido, for signing up for public comment. We appreciate it. Next community member is Robin Covarrubias. I thought that was an N at the end, but now I can see that it's an A. Robin, yes. Ms. Covarrubias, just a friendly reminder, 3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to interrupt you as soon as that buzzer goes off. 3 minutes are on the screen to guide you along, and we're ready whenever you are, Ms. Covarrubias.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Robin Covarrubias, and I'm here representing Carabel. The Carabel faculty and staff have shared their concerns with the possible repurposing of our campus, and they've shared them with Mr. Soto, so I'm here to present some of the information to you. So thank you for your time. I'm going to start with attendance. Our attendance is top 5 among HISD elementary schools, being at 91% in the first semester. The most recent data from second semester is more impressive. Our attendance for K through 5 is at 93% and pre-K is at 94%. We outperform the district average of 89%. Carabel's enrollment is respectable and growing with 416 students enrolled as of March 9th. Our campus is at 62% capacity, significantly higher than Vestal's 53% capacity. It would not be logical to move such a large number of students to other campuses. Carabel currently has 42 pre-K students registered for the next year, the highest of all HISD elementary schools as of March 9th. Our pre-K students come from all over the Harlandale district and from surrounding districts as well. We are not avancing. Now I'm going to move on to CTE. Carabel may not have as much land as Vestal. However, that is the more reason for Vestal to be a career and technical education campus. Harlandale High School has 1,337 students enrolled in at least one or more CTE courses. McCollum High School has 1,353 students enrolled in at least one or more CTE courses. This is a total of 2,609 students participating in the CTE program. This number will likely grow as the district makes a push to have more students earn a college career military readiness distinction upon graduating. Vestal's extra land is more equipped for adding facilities for automotive, welding, HVAC, plumbing, cosmetology, culinary arts, just to name a few. Carabel does not have adequate building and land space to accommodate all the faculty, staff, and students for these programs. In addition, Vestal is a 4-minute drive from Carabel, so the distance is negligible as far as central location is concerned. In the grand scheme, Harlandale itself is only 14 square miles, so distance between any location is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Covarrubias, for signing up for public comment and providing us that information. We appreciate it. Next community member that has signed up, I cannot read the name, but your home house number is 510. Help me out. Ibarra, yes, Velma, I'm so sorry. You have a very fancy signature on there, Ms. Ibarra. Yes.
My handwriting got that way after my
It looks pretty to me.
medical setup with a
So-
lot of other things.
Just as a friendly reminder, 3 minutes maximum to
Yes,
speak.
ma'am.
I will cut you off as soon as that buzzer goes off. It is on your screen for easy guidance. And ma'am, thank you for signing up for public comment.
Yes,
And we're ready whenever you are.
Good evening. What a sense of pride I feel to be in a school like this one that we were all involved in generating as a dream many years ago. Thank you, Harlandale board members, administrators, for all that you are doing to keep your buildings. Someday in the state of Texas, there will be a thought that you can take some kids, allow so many to go out to private charter schools, etc. Of course, it's the freedom we have in this country. But they have no business coming in and taking over our districts with idea schools, charter schools, or whatever they call them, because they come and ransack all of our population. I hope someday that that's going to change. I hope that there is liberty to recruit and have some parents have the right, but not to put districts where they have put Harlandale right now. And they're going to say, oh my goodness, she must be a communist, whatever. No, no. You do not come in and mess around with public school districts the way that you are doing right now. The next step we need to do is well, anyway, thank you all for all of the plans that you all are looking at to move kids around, it's gonna be uncomfortable. It's gonna hurt some children and some staff members and parents. Of course, it's gonna be hard, but I admire every single one of you, Mr. Superintendent and others, for at least trying. You're looking at alternatives, and that is wonderful. And now the next thing we all need to work on as voters is to tell our governor, get away from us with this idea of more money for vouchers. Last go round, the voucher program would have taken $348 million in 1 year from our schools to support vouchers. Get this voucher idea. And he may think because money dictates what our governor is doing, and he has big support, humongous support to do this voucher thing. But someday we will be able to have the support to tell him, no, you're not gonna be blowing $10,000 per child in vouchers the way that you want to. And I know that our TEA rep will, express our concern on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra, for signing up for public comment. We truly, truly appreciate you being here. Next community member is Ms. Julie Gimbel. Ms. Gimbel.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Julie Gimbel.
Ms. Gimbel, let me say
Oh,
my
go
little
right
routine,
ahead, ma'am.
please.
Thank you.
3 minutes maximum to speak. I will have to cut you off as soon as that buzzer goes off. It's on the screen, 3 minutes to help guide you along. Thank you for signing up for public comment, and we're ready whenever you are, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Julie Gimbel. I'm a product of this great district. My grandchildren also come to this district. My own children graduated from our district. As much as it hurts, I hope that you will all do the right thing and to be fiscally responsible in what is being financial responsible and repurposing campuses. I would rather much have students and staff transfer to other campuses than to have employees be let go, or for every child to have a teacher in the classroom. All our elementaries are thriving and doing well. We're at A, B, and C campuses. What our district is recommending to do is at no fault of your own. We are losing students to charter schools. Enrollment is low. Our judicial system is no help with attendance. And I hope this community will see that you are being financially responsible, that our buildings will continue to be used, that every child will have a certified teacher in the classroom. The nation is struggling in having teachers in the classroom right now. In this district, we have 50+ vacancies that have not been filled. How fair is it to those students? Next school year, we will have teachers retiring, which will mean more classrooms without teachers. Something needs to be done now so every child has a classroom teacher, and for teachers to continue to have a job in HISD. We need to bring back those families from IDEA to our district. We know that they're not traveling from other parts of the city to come to this school here on Flores. Those are our students from around this community. We need to let them know how great it is in HISD. We need to elect officials at the state level that will support public schools and bring monies to these districts. We are a community that works together. This is not a time for us to be throwing rocks at our superintendent, at y'all, at his committee here. This is a time for us to come with a solution and work together to see how we are going to be financially responsible and bring back those students, continue to keep those buildings open, but that every child will have a school teacher next school year and not a sub, because we owe it to our students. And I know it's going to hurt some of you because some of these schools that are closing are in your area. But I see it that you're going to be
Ms. Gimble,
doing the right thing.
That was your 3
Thank you.
minutes. Thank you for signing up for public comment. We appreciate you coming forward. Next community member is Mr. Fidel Contreras. Mr. Contreras? Hello, Mr. Contreras.
Good evening.
3 minutes maximum to speak. I will cut you off as soon as that buzzer goes off. It's on the screen. 3 minutes to guide you along.
Gotcha.
We're ready whenever you are.
I'll try to cut it short and sweet. Good evening. My name is Fidel Contreras. Good evening, everyone and community. We appreciate y'all coming out. Thank you for getting involved. See, we got some challenges. Harlandale has had challenges before in the past. You know, with Shea, with Stonewall Flanders. If people were around at that time, you see what happened. They got repurposed. So we're not really new to this rodeo. We've been there before, just not at a drastic measure, just because of the simple fact that we don't have 3,000 students in the seats. I mean, is it our fault? Not really. Maybe we were too good of a district to have our kids in the past not have families at an early age. The pregnancy rate is low. And maybe with IDEA, maybe they took 1,000 students, but we're still 2,000 short. So really the math is not, you know, you have to do your homework. So that's on the past and the current. I mean, right now we're 3,000 short. Where they go, I mean, it's everybody's guess. Us as parents, I've been a parent volunteer since 2003. And I've seen a lot of stuff. I've been to 3 administrations and the board members are all different now, of course. But like I said, some of them have been around because we've all lived in the district. As for people not getting involved for the bond, we only had 1,888 voters come out of a possible. I mean, we have 12,000 students. You would at least get 12,000 votes, but we only had 1,888. So go figure. As far as the board, I know most of the board and the cabinet members and superintendent, they're doing a really good job of what they have. You know, there's only so much they can do. They can't pull a rabbit out of the hat, you know, and boom, it's done because we're 12 million deficit. Unless somebody got 12 million every year to help the district out and to help the community out, it's tough. I know a lot of people talk about closures, reconsolidation and everything. To me, I had 30 years in the military. To me, I want to call it right sizing. You got to right size. So that way everybody has the same equality throughout the district. You know, yeah, it's tough. Trust me. Closing schools, like they say, it's tough. Trust me. But we've had it before in the past. Look at what happened to our military. They started downsizing. To me, it's right sizing. So in essence, I wish more people got more involved. I wish, you know, but you can't force anybody to get involved, even just to public speak. It's just a lot of things that I've seen, a lot of empty nesters. Like I said, there's not that many kids in the district. You know, if you go around, walk around, yes, the south side is growing, but what part of the south side is growing? Is it the business side? Is it outside the district? I mean, you have to look at your surroundings and it's kind of tough. Y'all have some tough decisions to make. I hope y'all make the best ones, but I'm pretty sure I've had dialogue with y'all. So please do the best that you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras, for signing up for public comment. We appreciate your involvement and coming forward with your suggestions and speech. That is it for public comment. Everybody was heard that signed up. Everybody had 3 minutes to speak. And I want to thank everybody for taking the time to do that. I know it was a choice for you to do, and I appreciate the choice you made. Okay, so we will move on with announcements. Ms. Melinda?
Good evening once again. We have
Hello, Ms.
very-
Melinda.
Very short announcements today. So first we have our,
Ms. Melinda, I have a question. Is the information that's on the screen, do we have it on our laptop?
you should.
We don't. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Melinda.
Okay, so first up, we have our ADA. And so our most recent numbers are for today, for March 20th, 2023. And so enrollment today was 12,082. Our PK through 12 ADA is 85.70%, and our PK ADA is 85.62%. Okay, now we have our important dates. So first up, we have our Harlandale Family Legacy Symposium. That'll be April 1st at 8 at Bel Air. We have Harlandale ISD Night at Missions Game, and that'll be April 12th at 7 p.m. We have our Cultural Arts Fair on April 22nd. And we have graduations on May 30th. We're going to have Harlandale High School at 10 a.m. at McCollum High School at 2:30 p.m. And then we'll have another set of graduations on June 1st, and that'll be Frank Tijera at 10 a.m. and STEM at 2:30. And that'll be it for announcements today. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Melinda? Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Melinda.
Next agenda item is 5A, presentation regarding the district's strategic facility and programming plan.
Okay, so now we're going to have our presentation for enhancing HISD, and this will be refining schools and buildings. So this is a QR code that we've had at all of our town halls and board meetings, these past few board meetings. Anyone who scans this can go ahead and put any questions that they have, any concerns that they have, thoughts that they have. It is still open. We are reviewing all of them, and we are creating a FAQ. And so anyone who goes to www.harlandale.net/FAQ can see the questions that have been asked and our responses. And we are updating those frequently. So anytime we get, a lot of questions, we're adding those to our FAQ.
I have a question really
Yes.
quick. Is there an opportunity for older citizens to handwrite instead of the QR code? I've been asked that they haven't had an opportunity to express their concerns, their interests, because they don't have access to a computer or don't know how to use a QR code. I would just, Mr. Soto, if you would think about maybe offering that at the town halls, just so those individuals that cannot get to the QR code or don't know how to get to the QR code.
Will do. Just please make a notation for tomorrow, and even tonight, we'll be able to make an announcement on our website. Again, we'll make some robocalls throughout the district in English and Spanish for the community members that are not able to access the QR code.
Thank you.
Okay, so the current situation here at Harlandale ISD. So one of the proposals that we have is schools consolidation and refinement of facilities. And so that means what we're calling that is our HISD enhancement plans, and that's repurposing 4 of our campuses. So that is the first one. Another option is if we don't repurpose any of our schools, that is a very different conversation that we're going to have if nothing is done, and that can mean reduction of staff or layoffs. So we had a demographer come to our district and do a study back in October, and these are the stats that we got. So this is our enrollment since 2013. What the trends are showing is a decline in enrollment starting at about 2016. You can see that it's going down, down, down. And so what you can see at 2015, when it's the highest that we had was that was our bond. And so that is when Vestal and Carabel were built. Right now in 2023, we go to the very end, you can see that it went up a little bit, and that is because of all of our recruitment efforts that we've been doing this last year. And so these data sources that have shown this trend are from the Templeton report back from 2018, from the TEA report, and the Davis demographics from October 2018. I mean, back in October, I'm sorry. Some of the examples of recruitment that our district has done are commercial. So we have partnerships with KSAT, with Fox, the WOAI. We have commercials with Telemundo and Univision. We have street banners. I'm sure you can see them across our zoned district. We have topics that we talk about are pre-K registration, STEM early college, high school, joining our family and being a part of the legacy, and our dual language learning. We have banners and graphics with the Express News. We have door hangers. We have a before the movie spot, and we have another graphic with Live from the South Side. So this is the district overview, and their points from our demographer, and this is what they say. Harlandale Independent School District is expected to experience continual decline through school year 2031, resulting in a net decrease of more than 3,100 students. The district experienced a 19% decrease in resident elementary students from school year 2018 to school year 2021, and significant loss is expected to continue through school year 2026. HISD experienced a sharp decrease in pre-K and kindergarten students in school year 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but there was not a significant bounce back in school year 2021. As the smaller elementary classes move on to middle school, the number of students in grades 6 through 8 will decrease by more than 46% by school year 2031. And again, these are points that the demographer made. So some of the main factors in our decline from our demographer is low birth rates. And what that means is that kids are not being born right now. Next is a declining market share, and that just means more choices that parents have. So that is charters, that is, campuses and districts like IDEA. And a lack of residential development, and that is because Harlandale ISD is landlocked. And so these are some of the driving forces behind the decreasing student population. So an attendance area overview. So the demographers are projecting that all 4 middle schools will experience decline, with the middle school decreasing by about 335 students over the next 10 years. Both high schools will experience the largest decrease in the last 5 years of the forecast period. And Harlandale High School is forecasted to decrease by more than 600 students, while McCollum High School will decrease by more than 560 students. So at our town halls and with the QR code, we're getting a lot of questions about bond money and why we aren't using bond money to get out of this $12 million deficit. And
Madam Chair, I would like to have Mr. Hernandez explain the bond 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Melinda.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Soto. Yes, in regards to bond 2022, there are restrictions, and the restrictions are listed here on the screen. Bond monies can only be used for facility improvement, including construction, renovations, or equipping, major equipping of the building itself. So one of the things that we've been looking at in analyzing the repurposing of these buildings is these funds can be used for that same purpose, to provide that instructional environment. So the restriction of these bond monies can only be used for that purpose. They cannot be legally be used for general operating costs of a school district. Which
Excuse
brings
me.
us, oh, go ahead.
I just want to make clear,
Yes, ma'am.
make sure that everybody in the public out there, Mr. Soto, understands bond money cannot be used for teacher salaries.
Correct.
Bond money cannot be used to increase the deficit between ADA and enrollment.
Correct.
Bond money cannot be used for everyday expenses.
Correct. ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may too.
Yes, Mr. Moreno, give me 1 second because I'll lose my train of thought. I'm gonna piggyback on Ms. Ortiz, and it's not that that is a choice we've made. That is what the law does not allow us to do with bond money, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moreno, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez, if you can just kind of share with us too, I know the bond was passed in 3 ways and the way the payments will be given out are going to be staggered. Could you kind of elaborate on how that works, sir?
Yes,
Because
sir.
I think people are under the assumption too that we have 125 million in the bank and it's not really reality.
Yes, sir. And that's a good question, that the bond issue was passed at 125 million. However, we only have so much that we can make our annual payment. A bond is basically like you're getting a loan and you can only pay so much each month or each year for our school district. So that limits the amount that we can borrow at one time. So we recently just went out and borrowed 50 million, which was broken down by 30 million in general facilities, 10 million basically in the stadium amount. And then the rest was on the refunding. We're doing a partial refunding. So that's the maximum that our debt service, where we get our monies to make our bond payments from. That's the amount that we can pay on an annual payment. Now, in the next 5 years, we're making bond payments on our other bonds. So just like when you have any other type of loan, as you start paying it down, then when you pay off those loans, you have more money available. So we are looking at our situation, and if our ADA increases, that also helps us determine when we can do our next bond issue. So if we've done 50 million, then we can look at, well, is it possible to do another 30 or another 40 million? So that gets us to 90 million. So we still have another 35 million left to issue. So again, just as you just said, it's staggered. We have not received 125 million all at once this year. We've only been able to issue 50 million because that's what we call our bonding capacity in order to make our annual payment.
And if you may too, Mr. Hernandez, could you also just kind of expand on the bond steering committee and how we are utilizing the community's input in regards to some other potential renovations or modifications we are going to be pursuing?
Yes, sir. And when we prepared ourselves to go out for the bond issue and presented the bond proposals to the various town hall meetings in the community, one of those aspects, besides singling out for the CTE building, our ROTC building, there was also, after looking at those major projects, we also carved out about 30 million in order to be designated by community input, which is the steering committee that you're referring to.
Mr. Hernandez, how much is a district going to pay or repay that bond? Is it dollar for dollar?
No, ma'am.
Can you
And-
explain that,
Sure.
please, if
absolutely.
you don't mind? Thank you.
Another good question. And what this does is, this is in line with what we've done in past on bond issues. We've taken advantage of what the state is efforts trying to do of equalizing school districts. So as you know, we have a lower property wealth than other districts north of our district. So the state's effort to try to equalize school districts is to lend that support. So in past bond issues, we've been able to issue a bond and get basically like 85% support from the state. Now, as our ADA goes down and our property values go up, we basically become a richer school district because now you have more property values behind students. So our the state share has actually been reduced down from 85% to between 55 and 60%. But going back to your question, we still are able to take advantage of getting state support whenever we do our bond issues.
So if you don't mind, give me an example. And by that, I mean, how much would we be paying, the district would be paying for a 30 million? You're good at numbers, Mr. Hernandez. What I'm saying is that is the district going to pay 30 million back? Or how much of 30 million will the state cover?
They'll cover 60% of that.
So 60% the district does not have to pay back.
And on top of that, it's 60% of that 30 million that you mentioned, which is the principal amount. But like any loan, you pay interest. So they also pay the 60% of that interest. So again, this is something that the district has been taking advantage of.
Thank you. I knew about the repay, or I thought I knew, but I did not know about the interest. Maybe you probably did tell me, but today was an eye opener right
lot
now.
of numbers.
So we are saving money by having the state pay 60%.
Yes, ma'am, in the sense that we're taking
Yes.
advantage of what the state funding is available to. our
Thank you,
district.
sir. Thank you.
That brings us to our financial analysis of the presentation. And what we have here are the two tables that kind of are in line what we've been discussing in the ADA and the decline of ADA. So what that does is, as we've said, it has an impact on our funding, and we get funded. When we initially started our town hall meetings, we talked about state funding. But as we got more community input, the questions came up, well, what about our property taxes? Well, what we've done is expanded this table. Now we've included what we get in state funding, what we get in property taxes. So as you see in 18-19, we got state funding 98 million and property tax share of 19 million. In 19-20, that's when House Bill 3 came out. The state funds school districts every 2 years. And so with House Bill 3, they put in a lot of state funding behind it in order to provide the significant increases for deserved teachers and staff. So that increased our funding at 100 million. And also what the state did at that time was they made an effort to provide property tax relief. So they, in the rules and formulas, they had property taxes reduced down to 19.6. But as you look at, and in 1920, at the end of 20, that's when COVID hit. So we looked at 2021, which is the second year of the biennium. And again, that's when you look at what your ADA was. The state funded us basically on our ADA, and the difference of what they computed we should earn had school districts get it out of their ESSER monies. So in that year, as you can see, our ADA also dropped, and so we received 93.6 million. But again, as they say, when your ADA goes down and your property values go up, the state then looks at you now picking up more of the share. So our amount of property tax levy went up to 20.2 million. So in 21-22, which was just last year, the state made some adjustments on the ADA, and as they recognize all across the state, school districts are reducing in ADA. They provided funding to the district at 92.8 million. And again, our property taxes at 20.8. And 22-23, our projection for state funding is 89.6, and our property taxes at 23 million. So you can see from 2018, 2019, our ADA, our state funding has significantly decreased, but at the same time, our property taxes go up in line with our ADA and property values. And so to the right of that, you see that trend. You see our ADA in 2018-19 at 12,476, and going down the years of 2021 and 2021-22, the ADA was significantly declining. We did our budget at 10,166, but to provide you more current information, our ADA, like was just shown, it's slightly increased to 10,432. But again, the impact of that and what we've seen is our attendance rate is not at the way it used to be at 95%. It's now hovering about 89%.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Moreno, go ahead.
Mr. Hernandez, and I know you've discussed this before, and it's something we've talked about in the budget sessions. But in regards to ESSER, could you kind of elaborate on how certain monies were released, but then they were saying, since you've already received this, just take it out from the certain funds, or they didn't release the certain amount to us? If you can recall how the ESSER was distributed, kind of like with certain unfunded mandates and things of that nature.
Sure. And so what we looked at in 2021 was the year that we needed to make up from what the state didn't fund the district. In 2021, they basically said then you use your ESSER monies in order to make up what it is that we're discounting of not paying in state funds. So in 21-22 is where we made up that difference. So to answer your question, ESSER started in 21-22, but at the same time that the state was not funding that shortfall from direct state aid, they basically said school districts to use your ESSER money basically to supplant what it was that we weren't providing in state funding. So the district picked up basically that gap that the state didn't pick up when they were adjusting school districts' ADAs.
And I know Mr. Soto's mentioned this before, but when do we have to exhaust all the funds?
The last year is 23-24, which is next year.
Okay, and all of them are based on the needs of our students and what's necessary for them to be successful in terms of the educational environment, correct, sir?
Correct. And whatever districts, whatever we can find as supplanting costs that would normally be funded in the general fund, we're funding that with us, or again, in order to address this financial condition that we're in the reduction of the general fund. So basically after 23-24, we'll be looking at, okay, what is going to be coming back over to the general fund, but it gives us more time to plan for that.
And I don't know, Mr. Soto or Mr. Hernandez, if you guys can kind of also share. I know when it comes to the monetary cost for promoting and recruiting and trying to locate students, those are a myriad of different things. But can we also put a cost on our principals, our social workers, our counselors, on their, when it comes to kind of sweat equity of going out there and locating our kids? Is there a dollar amount that we can put on how much we've invested in trying to, one, recruit kids, and then two, also what we've done to locate the students that are missing excessively? I don't know, Mr. Soto or Mr. Hernandez, and I know there's probably some figures that you guys have, but just to, share with our community that we have invested quite heavily in following those paths of retaining our kids and locating them.
Yes, sir. And as you said, sweat equity, I commend our staff for going out to the neighborhoods, leaving door hangers, leaving certified mail, our social workers, our counselors making calls, our attendance clerks, and it's an everyday grind, and we continue to search those homes and search for those kids, and you can't put a price tag on their efforts.
And sir, if I may ask, because I know for a fact, does that take away from being in the classrooms? Does that take away from being available to students? Does that take away from being visible on campus for our administrators, campus social workers, counselors?
Yes, it sure does, sir. It takes social workers off their campuses, counselors to stay a little longer in the office making phone calls. Of course, we do all have CIS programs throughout our schools. Not many school districts would say that they have that many CIS programs in their schools. And so we provide a lot for our children.
Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
The next slide then provides the staffing and the budget implications. And so what we look on the table on the left is basically our staffing from 2017-18 to 22-23. So you can see there's been a reduction in staff, but that's through attrition. We right size every year. We look at what our class student to teacher ratio is to make sure we have the right amount of teachers in the classrooms. But along the same line of staff reducing, we do want to make sure that our teachers and all staff are paid accordingly. So in those years of 18 and 19, we had increases of the midpoint of 2 and 1.5. In 19-20 is when House Bill 3 came. And so significant raises were provided to teachers in the instructional staff of 4 to 6% based on their salary, and a 4% on the midpoint for everyone else. So again, at the end of 20 was COVID. And so many school districts like ours were looking at a significant reduction in ADA. So in planning for that, basically many school districts like ours didn't provide a raise, but only a step increase for the teachers. In 21-22, that's in second, that's the next biennium, they increased the basic allotment. And so we're able to provide increases to staffing of 3 to 4% again off their salary, and then 3% to 4% off the midpoint of other staff. And so this year, 22-23, we provided a 2% off the salary and then a 2% off the midpoint. The table on the right then shows your fund balance. And so that's where the board's due diligence in making sure that it looks at its fund balance, it follows its criteria of trying to maintain 2.5 months worth of operations, or 25 million. Basically in 17-18, we had a fund balance of 47 million, but each year it's gone down. In 2018 and then in 2021, it took a significant decrease of 9.5. 21-22, we actually had a little bit put back into this fund balance, and that was due mainly to the sale of the land, which was close to 4 million, and then estate adjustments, which was also close to 4 million. So if we had not received that, it could have been the opposite of 1.8 addition to fund balance, more of a negative. So again, budgeting based on what we see as cost, projecting costs and projecting what our revenues are. We're looking at ending the fund balance at, or having a deficit of 12 million. Now, we started this year at 36.5. So if that holds true, then our fund balance would be reduced down to basically 24 million. The basic formula of the state is a student attending 100%, the district will get basically of 6,160, but we know that it's pretty much impractical to expect that, but our attendance now is at 90%, so it'd be 90% of the 6,160. So then looking at our, again, when we first started and presenting this to the community, now we're including both the impact of revenues from our tax collections as well as our state aid. So when you look at column 20 for 22-23, combining tax collections of 23 million and state aid of 85 million, then we have a total amount of revenues of 108. So when we look at our expenses, what are the operating expenses? The amount then offset by the 108 million then brings us to the deficit of 12 million. So as we look out using the demographers' information for 23-24 and the next 2 years after that, we see a slow decline, or we see a decline in ADA. So then when you look at M&O tax collections, you'll see that increase only because the state funding decreases. Again, state will only pay us based on our ADA, but then at the same time, if our property values are increasing and our ADA is decreasing, then they're expecting to have more put in by M&O collections because basically there's more property value behind the students. So again, this gives you a trend of what the revenues are for 22-23 through 25-26.
Yes, Mr. Luna.
I think it would help the community also would be like if we would state where our total expenses would be, because that's where the shortfall comes, right? We're spending more than what we're taking in, correct?
Sure. In our expenses, our expenses, as any other operations, is basically running between 87% to 90% in payroll costs.
But what is the total amount?
The
budget
total
that we
amount
budgeted? Is that 120 million,
it's
125 million?
close to 118 million, I believe. Yes.
So when we're taking in, if it's 118 million, we have 108 coming in, that's where that deficit 10 million or 12 million comes in,
The
correct?
12 millions is mainly comprised of that. So to have a significant impact, then you're looking at staffing.
And people may not understand, even though we're collecting more in property taxes, at the same time, the state, I guess, gives us a way to run our budgets is, okay, we're gonna get so much property taxes, we're gonna give you less money, correct? The
And-
state's gonna give us less money because we're getting more property taxes.
Yes, sir. And it's along that same line in that what the state is saying, you're getting more property taxes, but they're also making an effort to lessen the amount of tax. But what the state is saying is that if you're getting less ADA, then that's less that they need to contribute to our district.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hernandez, and so this projection that we have with ADA and it continues from all the way to 25, 26. And we're addressing a need that's been going on for a few years. COVID ended up, the ESSER money kind of helped us balance a little bit of our general fund.
Correct.
But if you see the trend, we're like on the tip of the iceberg with these decisions that we're making right now with 4 campuses.
Yes, sir.
If you see the future of Harlandale ISD, which none of us can, but we're just on the tipping point of doing some of these reconsiderations of our schools and refinements of our schools. What do you see in 5 years if this trend continues and the funding is at 98 million and we still have all our schools and we don't do anything here at Harlandale?
Sure. So basically, when you look at what we started the year with at 36 million, and if nothing changes, then you're looking at, in our deficit continues at that amount, then basically after 24, 25, we're at 0. So then that's why it's good now that we have a fund balance to give us time to address what we're looking at, what we're discussing. And so that way it'll prepare us when ESSER money basically stops in 23, 24. We've got this time in order to get ready for 24, 25.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hernandez. I'll wait till the end. Never mind. I'll wait till the end.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So what the future of HISD can look like, these are based on proposals that we have after all the research that we've gathered. So we want to occupy our buildings. We don't want any empty buildings at Harlandale ISD. So these are the proposals that we've come up with to have that. So first we have our Shea building, which is one of our oldest buildings at HISD. This was constructed back in 1956. We would repurpose this by creating a multi-purpose building, a competition gym, and a wellness area. This would also be where fine arts dressing rooms and staging area can be. And with brand new construction, that would be paid with bond money. Next, we have Columbia Heights Elementary. So students at this campus would be transferred to Stonewall, Flanders, and Collier. So the repurposing would be creating a special programs to include special ed, STEM, GT, and bilingual. So this is the smallest school and at the smallest capacity. This dual language academy would be moved to another school. So it would be a school within a school. And that last bullet point was added based on feedback from the town halls that we've had. And these are some of the comments that we've had from attendees. Next, we have Vestal Elementary. So students here would be transferred to Gillette, Carroll Bell, and Bel Air. It would be repurposed using Bond 22, and it would be created into a career and technical education building and Harlandale Alternative Center so that we can expose our students to technical education. So we would be providing more opportunities to acquire certifications in welding, as a dental hygienist, HVAC, and more. Next, we have Rayburn Elementary. So students here would be transferred to Adams and Carroll Bell. It would be repurposed into a police department, technology building, and a boys and girls club, like a clubhouse. And so safety, cybersecurity, and one-to-one devices for students have caused these departments to grow exponentially in the last 10 years. So this campus is centrally located, and so it would be best for district safety with, PD in mind.
Ms. Melinda, I'm gonna ask a quick question, and I don't know if Mr. Soto or Ms. Melinda, what would happen to the building where our police department is stationed right now?
As of right now, we haven't made plans because again, these are not very energy efficient buildings. But the warehouse is always has things in there, and usually we leave some good equipment there that teachers can go by and administration can go by. So this might be another place to use as a warehouse. But again, these buildings are not energy efficient buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. So we are spending more money than we should because they're not equipped to house our police department right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Soto. Sorry, Ms. Melinda.
Next, we have Morrow Elementary. So students here would be transferred to Adams, Gilbert, and Wright, and it would be repurposed in this option as the new place for central office and as a professional development center. So this campus has the highest decline and it cannot house a lot of students. We know that it does have historical significance in our district, which is why we want to keep it. It was the first campus at HISD, so it does mean a lot to everyone here. Next, we have central office. So this would be repurposed as a HISD care center in this proposal. This would allow for expansion of services for social, emotional, and mental well-being. As of February 27th, we have had about 517 referrals to the care center, and that's for the school year alone. And so we have had to start a wait list 3 times thus far. So we know that our social, emotional, mental well-being is very important, and it's definitely something that we want to keep. Next, we have the Jewel Witzel Center. And so this is based on TEA recommendations of best practices. And so students here would be transitioned to their home high schools, and HOP students would be sent to Frank Tejeda Academy. It would be repurposed as a makerspace museum, and that would be available to everybody in our district. And it would just be for hands-on experiences, and it would be located within our district. We wouldn't have to have students bust out to a different location in San Antonio. Okay, so this is option B, and this is based on town hall recommendations that we've been hearing, also from recommendations and thoughts from individuals who have submitted on that QR code. And so this would have Carol Bell Elementary instead of Vestal. And some of the recommendations that they had were based on for location, for traffic, and so it'll be safer for our children. And so students here would be transferred to Vestal and Bel Air. It would be repurposed. So this would be Bond 22 Career and Technical Education Building and the Harlandale Alternative Center. And so we can expose our students to technical education. And so here we would provide students more opportunities to get certifications in welding, dental as a dental hygienist, HVAC, and more. And so again, this is based on feedback that we've received from community members at our town halls and the QR code. And so it's just, the footprint of Carol Bell in comparison to Vestal. Okay, next we have Morrow Elementary and the Harlandale Care Center. Again, this is also based on feedback that we've received. And so this would be instead of central office. And so students would be transferred to Adams, Gilbert, and Wright, and it would be repurposed as a Harlandale Care Center, SOSA, and Professional Development Center. So this has the highest decline and it cannot house a lot of students. And this would also help us increase capacity of our HISD Care Center. This would also allow us for expansion of our services in social, emotional, and mental well-being. And again, we've had about 517 referrals to our center this school year alone. So a lot of questions that we've been receiving, both in person at town halls and through that QR code, are about the services that our district will be offering our students. So just to reiterate, Harlandale ISD transportation protocols will be followed. Special programs will continue to be offered at our campuses. Special education units will continue to be available with all the necessary resources. And another option is SB 1882. And so we have begun exploring the possibility of partnering with higher education institutions to create in-district charter schools at Harlandale ISD. So some more questions and feedback that we've been getting is about pre-K 3 and 4. And so this is based on how much it would cost our district to operate a pre-K class. And so payroll would be this would be a teacher and instructional aid. It would be about $90,000. Supplies and materials would be about $4,500 and other expenses would be $2,000. And so total for this would be about $96,000. So exploring this, we began exploring this because the investment would stick with us for years to come. So it'll be better in the long run.
Ms. Melinda, and this may be a question for Mr. Hernandez or Mr. Soto. I'll refer to Mr. Soto, then he can guide me. Mr. Soto, I know that there is a concern or maybe misinformation as to how much a family can make in order to qualify for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. We don't set those guidelines for our community. We are not the ones that say you have to make so much money a year in order to qualify. Is that correct? And can you explain who does dictate that total household income?
Yes, you're correct, ma'am. So Avance is a federally funded program that sets those limits for our parents to be able to meet the qualifications to be able to get that service. What the community is letting us know on these town hall meetings is that middle income family that makes a little too much money for them to be able to qualify for Avance services. If the district would be able to have some of these pre-K classes and fit the bill, knowing that the child will end up staying with us in the long run. So we kind of, we did it out of a classroom of 10 and saying by the time they're in second grade, if they stayed with us, it would look like we would get our return back by giving them pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. So that's why this option and slide is on.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Melinda. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yes, Ms. Limon.
And this is just one teacher and one aide, is that correct?
Yes, this would be just one classroom.
So if we're gonna need more, this is how much it's gonna cost.
Multiply, yes, ma'am. Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so what are the reasons for these enhancements that we're proposing? So the first is maximizing our facilities and resources to provide multiple opportunities for our learners to reach their full potential, to enhance programs for children and the community. So this would be CTE, green spaces and wellness areas, and the makerspace museum. Transformation of facilities, so this would be shade to the multi-purpose building and gym. And to sustain and support our greatest resource, which is our people. So that's our teachers, our drivers, our custodians, our support staff. So if you see this bar graph here, this is our HISD enrollment trend. At the beginning of the presentation, we showed you what it was like the last 10 years, starting in 2013, going up until now. And so this is starting from 2023, going up until 2031. So this is the next 10 years. So our enrollment decline is more than 25% since 2015. So that means 25% of our students are gone. So this graph shows that by 2031, 50% of our students will be gone. So it'll go from 25 to 50, and that's based on the demographer.
Give me 1 second, Ms. Melinda. Mr. Soto, this is enrollment trend, not our average daily attendance, because those are two different things, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and so to summarize, so just based on this presentation, so these were proposals for consolidation and refinement of facilities. So again, this would be to repurpose 4 of our campuses. So this is or this second option, which is to repurpose none of our schools, which would be a very different conversation, and that would include reduction of staff and layoffs. That's something that we don't want to be talking about. And so this is the timeline that we have dating back to 2018 with that initial Templeton report. So next we have today's board meeting. Next we have tomorrow, March 21st, our town hall meeting, and that's at Harlandale High School at 5:30 p.m. And then March 27th is a special call meeting at STEM Early College High School, and that is for the vote, and that'll be at 6:15 p.m. So again, this is the QR code that we offer all attendees at every town hall and board meeting, because we do want to hear from our community. We want to hear their thoughts, their recommendation, their feedback. And so anyone can scan that and go ahead and put it there. And we are reviewing it as it comes on. And again, if you go to harlandale.net/FAQ, you can go ahead and see the most frequently asked questions that we have and the answers that we have there. And that's on our website.
Thank you, Ms. Melinda. Any questions for Ms. Melinda or Mr. Hernandez?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Lima.
I do have a question for Mr. Hernandez. And I know we have the last money that we be receiving in 2023, 2024 for the ESSER fund. How much is that money are we receiving?
The total amount of ESSER that we're getting is 45 million, 17 million in ESSER 2 and 38 million in ESSER 3. In
So,
total.
In
So
2023, 2024?
no, actually, they say it's available to you beginning in 21, 22. Yeah, 21, 22. All of that was available. But as you spend it, you have to submit for reimbursement, submit the approved cost. So basically that's available to you for the next 3 years.
But that money has already been allocated throughout.
Yes,
We're
ma'am.
using money.
Wherever we could see cost, it could be supplanted that we were funding out of general fund in order to support our condition that we're in. We're utilizing that funds. Plus, we're utilizing it also to provide additional support to our students. Because remember when we did when we came out first with ESSER in 21, 22, we came out with the MCL teachers and the RTI teachers. So those were additional staff in order to provide that support to students.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Hernandez, those staff members, Dr. Salinas, those staff members that became MCL teachers and RTI teachers, they know that it was grant funded and also we're gonna have to find a way to attrition them as well if they want to stay with Harlandale ISD, correct?
Yes, sir. When they received their contracts that year, they were notified that in 3 years, which is next year, the funding would not exist and they would not have a position.
Mr. Hernandez, you've explained this to me before and I appreciate it. However, I think it's important for you to explain it to me one more time so the community can hear, because one of the questions that I am asked is, why can't you move money from your other pots in the district? Why can't you move from child nutrition? Or why can't you take a little bit from everywhere and make up what we need to keep everything as it has been all these years?
Sure, and that's a great question. And what we're dealing with when you talk about child nutrition, you also hear Title I monies, you hear IDEA B, special ed money. All those are federally granted monies. So as we know, when the federal government provides funds, they also provide requirements, allowability of cost. And so many of those costs are restricted. So for example, in your child nutrition, we submit claims to get reimbursed for every meal that's served. But the requirement is that it must be served only for the child nutrition program. So when we have catering done by child nutrition, we actually have to pay for that out of our general fund because that's not an allowable cost that we can have those federal funds, those claim reimbursements absorb it. Then you have Title I funds, again, federally restricted. But what we do provide is that supplemental report support to the students. Like we do have some RTI teachers in there. We even provide additional staffing to try to reduce the class load on some of these campuses. So again, those different pots have restrictions in our debt service. Again, that's another one where it looks large on our financial statements, but again, those monies are generated from what we talked about, the state aid that we get, but also the property taxes that we collect. That part of the property taxes, that component can only be used to make our annual loan payments, debt payments. And so that's restricted. So you have restrictions on these funds that are available to us.
So in order for us to continue to follow the law, we have to abide by those guidelines.
Correct.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hernandez? Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to agenda item 5B. Dr. Hinojosa? Is there- or the chief?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Nelson.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This past month in February, we had actually three safety audits to three of our elementary schools from the Texas Safety Center, and we're pleased to announce that all three came out with no findings. And so we just want to commend again the staff and really all our staffs for a continued effort and all the, I believe we've had like possibly 8 or 9, maybe I think 10 overall audits on our campuses, and we've just had one minor one. Mr. Soto will cover that with y'all in closed session. But again, we were 3 for 3 with no findings on our campuses for February.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. And just for clarification, these audits, we never get heads up, we're coming over. They just show up and they check to see if we are following safety guidelines to keep our staff and our students safe, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly correct. All they do is they give us a window of 2 weeks, but they don't tell us what day or what time or what campus they're going to visit.
Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Hinojosa? Okay, moving on to agenda item 5C. Mrs. Ortiz?
Yes, Madam Chair. Lone Star Governance Time Use Tracker. The board tracks its time invested during public authorized meetings. And so we have frameworks and student outcome minutes that have to be measured as well as other topic minutes. For the work session on February the 15th, 2023, we had 0 minutes towards student outcomes, and we had 135 other topic minutes for a total of 0% student outcome minutes for the work session on February the 15th. At the regular board meeting on February the 20th, we have on visions and goals, we had 32 minutes that were spent setting student outcome goals, or we spent receiving, discussing, and voting on student outcome goal monitoring reports according to the monitoring calendar. We also had systems and processes, other topic minutes we spent discussing, debating, and voting on items removed from or on the consent agenda. We used 11 minutes for public comments on items not on the board meeting agenda. The total number of minutes, we had 30 minutes that were spent on other topic items and 32 minutes spent on student outcome minutes for a percentage of 43.8% of our time spent on student outcomes. For our special called meeting on February the 27th, again, the board is tracking its time invested during public authorized meetings. We spent 2 minutes on other topic minutes and 0 minutes spent on student outcome minutes. That is all the reports for all 3 meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. I appreciate it. If it is okay with my colleagues, I would like a recess of the meeting, and then we can start back up with consent. Is that fine? It's 8:11. 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Thank you. No, 10, I need 10. So 8:11 short recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Let me see, where is? No. Oh, yes. Where's Mr. Soto? Oh, I got it. Oh, my What happened? Okay, we're back at actually 14 minutes. It's 8:24. What happened? Ah, sí. Yeah, consent. So 8:24. Not 10 minutes, it was 14 minutes, but we're doing good. We're doing good. Okay, so next is agenda item 6, consent items. Do I have a motion on the table?
Madam Chair, I move to approve consent items A, B, C, D, E, and F.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo, for your motion and Ms. Limon for the second. We have our little voting devices. So I will now ask you to use them to vote. But let me clarify, Ms. Carrillo. You move to approve. Tell me again, please. Thank you.
A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Thank you, ma'am. I will open the vote now. I am about to close the vote, so everybody has voted? No? Oh, Ms. Limon.
There you go. There you go.
That's okay. It's our first time, so we are closing the vote. So consent items A, B, C, D, E, F, motion passes. By vote of 7, yes. 7-0. Mhm. It's a little getting used to. It's easy, but it's a little, I'm out of my comfort zone, but it'll be good. It'll be good. I'm old school. I'm old school. Okay, moving on to agenda item 7, individual items. 7A, is that Mr. Littlefield?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here tonight to talk about college-ready performance. The GPM 1.3, the percentage of students who meet college-ready performance in both reading and math on TSI, SAT, ACT, or college prep course will increase to 40% by 2023. I won't beat around the bush on this one. It's not going to be pretty. If we look at college-ready performance based by purely mathematics, you'll notice that we started off above 51% and then 49 down to 42. The graduating class of 2022 was at 37%. The graduating class of 2023 is currently projected to be at 19% in mathematics. In English language arts, again, we went from 58, 58, 45, 40%, and the class of 2023 is projected to finish at 33%, being college ready in reading language arts. When we look at TSI criteria met in both subjects, we actually were kind of curious if there was a gender discrepancy. And what we saw with the class of 2022 is that they were not. In both sides, it was 25%. But what we're seeing in the class of 2023 is that males are outperforming the females in terms of their college readiness for both exams. That was something that was interesting to us, and so we thought we'd bring it to your attention as well, to let you know that it's a pattern that we unfortunately saw and something that needs to be addressed. When we look at the class of 23 HISD versus the state college ready performance in TSI, SAT, ACT, and college prep, you can see that over the years, mainly due to COVID, we've dropped from 42 to 39 to 30. Class of 2022 was projected to be at 26, and currently the class of 2023 is projected to be at 13%, having met the college readiness factor on one of those exams. When we look at it by school, we gain a little bit more insight into exactly what's going on. If you look at it in terms of Harlandale, they've been kind of on an up and down. McCollum has been on a steady decline over the years. And the factor that's actually kind of weighing in sort of the most and is making the other evidence more visible is STEM. STEM Early College was able to get their students into college through multiple measures during the COVID seasons. And so as a result, their students weren't required to retake TSI over and over and over again until they passed it. So once you took away their 100% at 100% TSI ready, that sort of, leads to the previous slide and part of the drops that we're seeing. So on one hand, it's good that we're actually looking in terms of, how everybody is doing in all the campuses. But on the other hand, it does have an impact. Now, for the students who are at STEM, because they've earned college hours, they will be considered as college ready and, do not have to go back and take remediation courses or, go back and take the TSI. But we did talk to STEM about retesting some of their students. When we look at college ready performance for the 21-22 school year, we actually decided to take a look at all the districts that we could find information on to kind of see where we fell. Obviously, we're not a Randolph or an Alamo Heights, but if you look at sort of the company that we keep, we are performing pretty much at the same levels as a lot of our neighbors. It's not overly encouraging, but at least it lets us know that we're not completely off base when it comes to getting students ready.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Littlefield, can you reiterate on why the trend occurred? Just so the board understands on how the entrances to enter college, what they were taking, instead of having to pass that TSI, and it made it less appealing for the student to retake TSI and even pass TSI?
Correct. So it impacted STEM the most, but it did show up on the other campuses where during COVID, it became extremely difficult for students to take TSI in a monitored situation. And so they came up with alternative ways of students demonstrating that they were college ready. They looked at things as previous test scores. They looked at their performance in English 2 class, how they did on an Algebra 2 test. They looked at a lot of different things to try to say, yes, the student will be okay for college. As a result, once they got the thumbs up, the students weren't overly motivated to go back and take the TSI because, they knew that they had already been accepted to college with what they had. That safety net, primarily through Palo Alto, evaporated now. And so now STEM is back into the position of figuring out how to get their students ready for a TSI 2 test, which is actually more difficult than its predecessor. And we do have a little bit of information on that as well. So One of the things that we did this year is we included the ACT school day for 12th grade. Our students traditionally did not take the ACT, or if they did, it was in rather low numbers. And so we were curious, what if everyone takes the ACT? Can we pick up students as far as college readiness in that regard? Texas College Bridge for college prep math. HHS did a pilot for this. It was part of the T-class grant that we received. We were allowed so many licenses for the Texas College Bridge. It is a TSI substitution course that students can pretty much take at their own pace. And what we found was we had a group of students that kind of blazed through it within the first semester and met at the 90% criteria. And now we're working with the remaining students on that. And I don't have that exact number off the top of my head, but the remaining group of that is working their way to finish up the course. We had close to 85 students initially in this program, and we project that by the time it's done, we should have anywhere from 70 to 75 of those meeting TSI in mathematics. We also have pre-AP programs, which is through the College Board. Our dual enrollment with UT on-ramps continues. Dual credit math courses with UTSA Downtown, and then exploring dual credit opportunities in career and technology with UTSA. We also recently entered into a partnership with an organization called Contigo Ed. And what they are doing is we are essentially handing over all of our CCMR information to them for the past 6 years. And they are going to number crunch and analyze and give us a better idea of what our college going students look like. Because not only can they take our historical data, but they're also going to be interviewing our current students. They're going to be interviewing members of our faculty of central office to really get an idea of the perception that people have within the system in terms of how we prepare students for college. So we just started that. Our first meeting was right before spring break. And so we've been handing over the data to them. We're hoping to get information from them before we leave for the school year. Here at STEM, we partnered with another organization, and it's called SHMOOP. How many times do you get to say that in a conversation? SHMOOP. And what they are is an online prep program. STEM sent a group of students through it, and they had 23 students pass the ELA multiple choice, 14 students pass the essay, which were students who had failed previously before. So these are additional students, and they were primarily, I believe, sophomores and juniors who we are, trying to get eligible for them to be able to finish their college courses. And then TSI boot camp and SAT boot camps, we've had some success with that. The problem, of course, is that it's a very targeted audience. We go through the data and really give the counselors, these are the kids who are on the brink of passing, and because it's a boot camp, and so they're not going to gain a tremendous amount of knowledge during that time, but what they gain is awareness of the test. They gain, insight into what's being asked and how it's being asked. And so it's those little things that, this group needed in order to get passed. So that's why we see sort of a 40% passing rate in mathematics, 31% on the multiple choice, and 38% on the essay. So like I mentioned, the multiple measures during COVID from the Alamo Community College really helped out the students, especially here at STEM. The other thing is the TSI-A test 2.0. Anytime that we have a meeting with universities or colleges, they ask, how's it going? And we'll say TSI, and they say, yeah, we know how you feel. It is being seen throughout the state and throughout the nation in that students are having a harder time qualifying through TSI-2 as compared to TSI-1. College Board is the makers of this TSI. It's known as AccuPlacer everywhere else. And, you know, they stand by their tests and, you know, so we have to adapt, and that's what we've been working on. It's just, it takes time. Mr. Norberto Gonzalez is, of course, our CCMR coordinator, and that is his phone number and email address if you have any particular questions about this presentation. But do you have any questions for me at this time?
Any questions?
I just have an observation. So way back on one of the slides, where we were all ranked college ready performance, San Antonio 2021 to 2022 statewide performance, and then each of the school districts were ranked. I was looking at San Antonio Independent School District at 35% because they have so many more kids than we do. I was just looking at that percentage compared to, Harlandale. Northside has 31%, you know, we're right there, but San Antonio is at 35%. Anyway, just an observation.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair, just
Yes, Mr.
to
Moreno.
clarify, I know it's saying 28 to 40%. We're still voting on that, right, Mr. Littlefield? Even though it says by 2023. And the data, as you said, was very gloomy.
You're voting that you're approving this. It's not necessarily voting that we met that criteria. This goal was set in 2021 based when we had our 2019-20 data. One of the charges was to be very ambitious with our goal, which this was. You can see when we look at, we've had several reportings of this, that at one point we were on track. And now what we're seeing is a decline that we'll have to gain back. So for this year, the goal was 40, next year is 45, but we will not be at 40 at the end of 2023. But the approval of this for the board is not that we met the goal, but that the data as presented is being accepted by the board.
All right, perfect. Just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Mr. Littlefield or Miss Casey, but I'll refer to Mr. Soto and he can guide me. There has been a decline across the city in the different districts. Do we know if it's a statewide also? I'm just curious.
Yes, so this particular one, we are still waiting for the state to release their 2022. The state has seen a decline, but not nearly as much as we have. And what they are seeing is in districts that look like us, the decline is much greater than districts that do not look like us.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Luna?
On the CSI, the ASI 2, is that required? Like you said, with STEM high school kids, is that required?
So the TSI A2 is really used for placement purposes. If a student can get into college without it, based on their academic transcripts, SAT scores, that sort of thing. What the TSI does is it determines if the student is ready for college algebra or English 1301. And if they're not, then they go into remediation courses to earn their way into those classes.
So we're really talking about, but you know, our high schools, we're talking about apples and oranges, right? There's two really sets of data, the ones that are traditional schools versus our untraditional schools. So if we separate that data, we're still making our same projection, right? Using all our campuses. Is Tejeda included in this?
Tejeda is included in this. Their numbers are so small that if I were to show them, it would be
insignificant.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to understand is that as a district, we're going to make a projection, and then but as individual schools, they're performing significantly, drastically different, right?
Unfortunately, at this time, the schools are actually kind of performing the same because the STEM students aren't don't have the additional pressure of having to pass TSI, or at least the older ones do, didn't have to. And so once that was removed, the students who were taking TSI here were actually performing pretty much at the same levels as the students taking TSI at the traditional campuses. But they were only taking it once, maybe twice, as opposed to, here at STEM, if a student fails it twice, they have to continue taking it because they have to pass that in order to get into the correct college courses.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Limon.
Ms. Littlefield, on your 2023 on this scale on the lookup campus on this one, on this 2023, is this mid-year number percentage that we're looking at? End of the year, we predict this, or what do we, is that what we're looking at? End of the year prediction?
So this was based on the end of February. So when we had this presentation sent out at the beginning of March, this was the most recent information that we had. We did do a testing session right before spring break, and we did pick up a handful of students at that point, but there haven't been significant gains since then.
So are we getting some more numbers at the end of the year by any chance, or?
Yes, next time that we report out on this, we'll have finalized numbers to have sort of a better idea of where the class of 2023 will land.
Okay, cross our fingers with them. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Littlefield.
All right, Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe there's a motion on the table yet. I'll go ahead and move to approve the LSG presentation for GPM 1.3. The percentage of students who meet college ready and reading and math on TSI, SAT, and ACT or college prep course will increase from 28% to 40% by 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Is there a second? I'll second. Oh. I'll second the motion, but thank you, Ms. Carrillo. And just FYI, are these gonna get reset? Is it already reset? Do
Yes,
I
ma'am.
assume
It
it's
resets
reset?
every time the voting happens.
Thank you so much. So I don't have to mess with it and do something wrong.
No, at this time, no.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, so I will open the vote now. This is for agenda item 7A.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Luna.
I'm just wondering, use this new system, are we still doing this, wait, like, to open for discussion, close discussion?
Well,
That
so
was a discussion.
we did the discussion before since it's a presentation.
Okay.
Do you want me to do motion second and then discussion?
Yes,
Okay, then we can do that.
before the vote, correct?
Well, I was like, I already started on this one.
I think it'll depend on the item, ma'am.
So I just assumed, my apologies for making an assumption, that when we ask Mr. Littlefield questions, that was our discussion time, but I guess I'm wrong.
Yes, because I wanted to make a comment before I
Okay.
made my vote.
Okay, so then I will now know to do what the presenter tells us. We'll ask questions. I will go motion, second, and open it again for discussion. Yes, yes, ma'am, before we vote. Can we start again?
Yep, that's fine if he wants to make a statement before
Before
the
his
votes are
vote.
cast. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make this, I'm gonna vote in favor of this motion, but I do with a lot of questions, and I know we're just approving it like Ms. Casey said, Ms. Sholto said, but it's just that we also, I think, need to be realistic with our community, what our expectations are. And so that's why I'm just gonna say that before the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. Anybody else wants to make a comment before I close the vote?
I would. To beg just to piggyback on what Mr. Luna said, I hope we're not looking at raising that goal to 45% when this year we didn't even meet 40%. So keeping my fingers crossed that we won't be reaching for something that we're not doing that well in. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so I will close the vote. Has everybody voted? Mr. Luna, have you voted? Okay. So the vote is in 7 yes, 0 no. So agenda item 7A motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 7B. I'm going to move forward with a motion
Or
so
Madam
that we
Chair.
can second it and open it for discussion.
Okay.
You want to go, Mr. Moreno?
Well, I just wanted to just make sure, Mr. Resendez, the way I interpret it is if I state my ranking and then I make a motion after that, is that the route to go or?
Or do we make a motion to rank them?
So you can rank them or you can pick just one. It depends on what you want to do. And then if you rank them, you have a second to approve your ranking and we just discuss it and go from there. But you don't have to necessarily rank them. You can just pick the firm that you want to go with. And
So, Madam Chair, is there a specific way you want to do this? I know there was some questions around it or? Because then I can go forward with either type of motion.
You know, Mr. Moreno, I appreciate you asking. Go forward with it and I'll see where I stand on that. Yes, I go ahead, sir.
All right, so I guess it'll just be kind of together. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to rank the 4 as first ABIP, second Patillo, Brown and Hill, third Garza Gonzalez Shriver, and then fourth JAG. And then proceed with authorizing staff to negotiate a contract to ABIP firm at a fair and reasonable price.
Will second. Right.
It was ABIP, Patillo, Brown and Hill, Garza Gonzalez Shriver, and then JAG fourth, the Jaramillo group.
You can go ahead. You're going to second it, Ms.
I'll second. I just want to clarify that you chose ABIP as your
Yes, to execute
execute.
to authorize the staff to negotiate, yes.
Okay, yes, sir. I will second.
We need to open it for discussion. Ms.
Madam
Ortiz?
Chair. I'd like to submit another proposal, another ranking. A subsequent motion. Can,
Yes. Mhm, mhm.
okay. I'd like to consider, or I move to have Shriver, Carmona, and Gonzalez Garza, number 1, ABIP, number 2, PBH, number 3, and JAG or Jaramillo Accounting, number 4.
I'll second.
I'm going to open it for discussion if I may. Garza, Gonzalez, and Shriver. Garza and Gonzalez have been servicing our district since 1981. When I asked at the presentation, how many times have they come into a partnership? They said, this is the first time. I'm hesitant because more than 25 years, way more than 25 years, we have had the same auditing firm in this district. And the loophole, in my opinion, I'm not speaking for the board, I am speaking for myself. In my opinion, the loophole was partner up with another auditing firm so we can have a chance to service the district yet again. I wanted to make sure I put that out there and my reasons why I'm hesitant with that subsequent motion. If anybody else has any comments,
Madam Chair,
otherwise I can move forward with the vote. Yes, Ms. Limon.
I did have concerns. But since they merged with Shriver, let me put my glasses, I'm sorry. Shriver Carmona and Company, and the presentation and local, that's why I second that motion. Yes, Garza Gonzalez and Associates have been here for a long time. But since they merged with this other one, I feel that this other company did a great presentation. And they were in our district, I mean, in San Antonio, so, but I understand where you're coming from, but since they merged with this other one company, I pick this other company. That's the only reason why. Other than that, I wouldn't, but since they did, I did.
Thank you, Ms. Limon. Anyone else? Mr. Mancha?
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like for us to go back to the old way we used to do things, that we would allow staff, since they're the ones that are going to be working with the firms and these groups, for them to give us a recommendation. I sat on the finance committee for the first 6 years that I was as a board member, and it was never left up to us to decide. It was always a recommendation from staff and the superintendent to us to decide whether we should vote on the firm or not. It was never decided strictly by the board.
Thank you, Mr. Mancha. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Luna.
Yeah, I'm just gonna piggyback on that. I think on this, this situation, we need to go with staff recommendation as far as having IBIP as our first option. So that's why I support the staff in that. That's why I will vote no on that motion.
Anybody else to discuss the supplemental motion? If not, I'm going to open the vote. Ms. Ortiz?
Yes. Piggybacking on what Mr. Mancha said, it wasn't the board that made those decisions. They were taking the recommendations of the staffers on who they recommended on being the auditing firm. We have not done anything to say that Shriver, Carmona, and Gonzalez and Garza have done anything illegal, or we have not ever said that Garza Gonzalez did a bad job, because we know years have proven that what they've done for the district has been above board. They have been audited. They have been the ones that have brought things to light on various occasions, but they've not done anything wrong other than the previous boards taking into consideration what staff recommendations have been in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ortiz. Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna open the vote now. I'm sorry, yes, on the subsequent motion,
Substitute motion. is that-
substitute motion. Yes, I'm sorry, long night. So have these already been overwritten? Okay. I see it now.
The vote is now
Yes.
open.
Okay, so the vote is now open. Darn it.
Madam Chair. Ms. Cavazos, this is for 7B, Garza Gonzalez, Schreiber, Carmona.
Yes, yes, yes. Mhm. I had to think a little bit, yes.
Thank you.
So has everybody had a chance to vote? So I can close out the vote. Ms. Carrillo, I'm sorry.
Ms. Amanda, can you check? Not yet. They haven't tallied yet.
Can we close the vote? Okay. So substitute motion fails. It was a vote of 2 yes and 5 no's. So we're back at our original motion that Mr. Moreno presented and Ms. Carrillo second, correct, Ms. Carrillo? Okay. Do we need to open that for discussion or can I move forward with the vote? Okay,
I'm
yes.
I just I wanna figure out, where were these guys from for ABIP? Are they local? Are they
Yeah,
local?
they have, well,
Mr. Hernandez. Houston,
Yes, ma'am, they're a local firm.
okay. Houston or local?
They're a local firm with an office here in
Okay,
San
that's fine.
Antonio.
Yes, okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or can I open the vote?
yeah. So if you don't mind, ma'am, I can explain. Obviously, it was my motion. So I know Mr. Del Toro was the person that presented. He did pretty well in presenting. I know he listed like about 100 employees that he has, and they were all kind of I noticed that their references and stuff and relating to, you know, they all are locally based, and then they do have a team here in San Antonio, and then working with Judson and Northeast, I think they were better suited. Now, they weren't historically underutilized or minority based, but or women based business led, but I think that might change based on their makeup. The other groups, the one thing, and I feel bad because I know that they stayed here a long time, was the Patillo group. I know they presented last year, but then when they said our name wrong, I just kind of got a little disinterested whenever they did that incorrectly. So and then the fourth group didn't present. So and then Garza Gonzalez, I know they did a fair job in presenting their new partnership. But again, I feel, I guess with ABIP, it was better suited for our needs at the moment. Or for now, and probably however long. I think this is a 1-year thing, right? Or how does it go? So annually?
Mr. Hernandez, go ahead. Is it 1 year with renewals?
Yes.
4 years?
Yes, sir. It's
Oh, the 4
for
years, yeah.
this 23-24
Yeah.
is when they do the audit for the 22-23 fiscal year. And then it's with 4 1-year option renewals.
Okay, yeah. So I know they have the capacity to work in our favor.
Any other discussion or can we open the vote?
And then I think the other thing too, and I'm sorry, and I didn't really ask it because I didn't want to come across as rude. But I noticed that I think Mr. Carmona, he serves on the regional board for KIP. I saw that on his references. So I was kind of taken aback by that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Anybody else?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mancha.
just out of respect for myself, I will be voting no, nothing against any of the people that applied, only for the sole purpose of, I do believe strongly that if I'm running my business and I'm the one that's gonna make the decision of who I'm gonna work with, I will not let my employees decide for me who I should deal with. So I really strongly believe that staff are the ones that are dealing with these individuals. And I think they should have the power to decide for us who they would highly recommend instead of a decision made by me or by any of my colleagues. This is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mancha. So if you're abstaining? You're gonna abstain? Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. There's 3 buttons here. I just want to make sure we all know what each of them does. So anyone else, or can I open the vote? Okay, let's open the vote, please.
Ms. Cavazos, you're clarifying it is for the APIP vote?
Yes, for Mr. Moreno's motion, yes.
Okay, at this time, the vote is now open.
It's tricky. Okay, I'm going to close the vote. We have 5 yes and 2 no's. Let's see. Moving on to agenda item 7C.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and just make a motion to discuss and possible action regarding the letter to state elected officials regarding school funding and district strategic planning.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno, and thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Open it for discussion?
Yes, ma'am. So I know one thing that I think a lot of us have noticed and have certainly gotten the impression of in regards to our community members and our different forums and different town halls that we've had and various meeting the community out, whether it's block walking or just in general capacity. What they've asked is, what have we done to reach out to our elected officials, and what can we do to showcase that and also illustrate the work that we've done to advocate as a group. And I know Mr. Soto as well has done his part. And so we wanted to get an opportunity to let the community know that we are actively advocating for the support of public ed. And we are actively looking for the support for Harlandale ISD specifically. So in here, there is a letter that was worked on by a variety of us here, Mr. Resendez, Mr. Soto, communications team. And here, I think it presents an outline, just a general template of what we could consider sharing with our elected officials so that they understand the sense of urgency we're dealing with in terms of or the impact that might be given towards our community when it comes to repurposing and consolidating our campuses.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Anybody else? I
Madam Chair?
don't know if you all have had a chance to read the letter. Yes, Ms. Limon.
Yes, I have read the letter. And once this has been, which way it goes, it's gonna be sent right away. Is that correct, Mr. Soto?
Correct, ma'am.
And then once it's, whatever goes its way, would this be publicized on the website also? Or are we gonna keep it where?
We can, if the board would like for it to be
Is there-
posted on our website.
I mean, I would like to let the community know that, we are doing something. We're reaching out to our legislators, our representatives, our state reps. So I would like this to be put out on our website. That'd be just for community, FYI, for the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Mr. Soto, will we be addressing each member of the Bear County delegation, state senators, state reps, regardless of party?
Correct.
And will we have an opportunity, doesn't TASB have a 100% somebody over there all the time
Yes.
doing?
And we also have Bear
Lobbying.
County Education Coalition that we're part of as well, with
Okay,
Julia
but
Gazard.
I mean, TASB has somebody that's lobbying all the time, every day.
Correct.
And do we have any of their reports? Is there any way we can get some information?
Yes, we can.
Because we only have, what, four weeks left, maybe?
And
5
I can
weeks
share
left?
what Bear County Education Coalition has been sending on a daily basis, even letters and reports, and I can share that with the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Luna.
Mr. Soto, I was just wondering how many people are gonna receive this letter? Which officials? It's just the state reps, what about state senators or?
We're doing our representatives here at Harlandale and then our state senator, which is Senator Gutierrez.
I would possibly recommend that if you could just send it to all of them. I know it's a little bit more work, but it's all online. I know TASB can help us with this as well. So that's what I would recommend, that they all get it from us, that they all know what we're dealing with. Because I've talked to Senator Gutierrez. He's pretty much in favor of supporting us, and so we could just support him, but also reach out to the other senators. There's only like 33 senators. I don't know how many reps, but I just was up there 2 weeks ago, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, Madam Chair, I know the premise behind it was to based off the input that we received from our community members is, what have you done to reach out to our actual local representatives? Unfortunately, we have, or maybe it's a positive, we have 3 state senator or state reps and 1 state senator. So showing to them that we've done our part in advocating for them. And I mean, I'm open to considering that as well and sharing out to all the groups. I just know for sure we need to keep, as much as they've been keeping us accountable, we need to keep our elected representatives accountable just as well. And specifically the ones that represent us here at Harlandale, because when they come asking for their support and their votes, they're going to be actively recruiting and talking to us about what they can do for us. Well, here's an opportunity for them to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. I do have a comment. Is this language set in stone? Okay, because, and this is, again, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. Second paragraph. Second sentence, those factors and more have led to a plan developed by our superintendent Gerardo Soto. Is that a little misleading? And I say this because whatever options we're going to be presented for a vote come from administration and or the community input at those town hall meetings. Thoughts?
That's fine. I mean, I
Yeah,
know initially
and I-
team, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Moreno, I
I think
interrupted.
initially it had and team or administration. So I don't know, Mr. Soto, you want to be, because you are an instructional leader, it's your, whatever comfort level you have. I'm not opposed to administration as well, or cabinet.
And this is what I suggest, and please redirect me if I'm way out of my trustee role. More or less, have led to options developed by our superintendent with the help of community input at our town hall meetings. But I don't know if
Yeah.
that's allowed.
Madam Chair, it can also, and Mr. Resendez, those factors have led for HISD to develop, because it's taken the whole entire district with community and staff.
I like that. That's why you are superintendent. Because you see what we don't see. So is that possible, Mr. Sanders?
Yes,
Mr.
for sure.
Moreno?
Mr. Soto's language is a good idea. We could adjust that.
Okay.
Once we change the verbiage, it's gonna be sent out right away then? We don't have to come back again and prove?
Yeah, you do not. I would recommend, though, that if you approve it, that you authorize the board president and superintendent to finalize and send out, because we do need to, rewrite that and then have.
And that's the only change that I'm requesting unless
And
somebody else has.
it makes sense.
And the other piece is just Senate Bill 8. It's and there has Senate Bill 9, but Senate Bill is attached. Senate Bill 9 is somewhat attached to Senate Bill 8. So excuse us for the error.
Yeah, we're changing that now to Senate Bill 8, not 9. Yep.
Any more discussion, or can I open the vote? Okay, let's open the vote. Yes, of course.
Can you read that back to me again, Tony? The change.
Yeah, so the second sentence of the second paragraph will read, those factors and more have led to I put proposed plan, but you wanted option? You wanted the word option in there?
Only because we've named it options in our presentations. Proposed options. Led by Harlandale ISD.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So we could put that. Proposed option. Led by Harlandale ISD. In school consolidation and repurposing of facilities, period.
Any other comments, or can I close the vote? Mr. Mancha? Yes, we can vote now. Can we close the vote? Okay, agenda item 7. What is it? 7C. It's 7 yes, 0 no's. Okay, moving on to agenda item 7D.
Madam Chair, real quick, were y'all clear on who this is going to go to? There's been comments about just our Bear County representatives and then comments about all of them.
I thought all of them is what was the last census?
Okay, everybody's comfortable with,
Yes.
okay, so that's 150 state reps and 31 senators that are going to get this letter. Oh, just
Yeah,
Bear
just Bear
County,
County,
just
yes,
Bear
uh-huh.
County.
Yes, Bear
Okay.
County.
All right, because
Those
Patty was like, I need a list. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so just the Bear County senators and the Bear County state reps.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
exactly. Bear County delegation. So you're right, yes. We don't want to leave any stone unturned. Okay, so
Thank you.
agenda item 7D. That
Madam
is,
Chair.
yes.
I will open it up. I move,
Oh, give me 1 second because I have to, Ms. Carrillo, go through the whole, yes. Yes. Okay, so this is our quarterly board self-evaluation. We do this to keep us knowledgeable about our roles. Oh, I'm sorry, you all didn't get a copy? They have you all should have a hard copy. Okay, yes, thank you, Ms. Patty, yes. And that way, we're also gonna put it on the screen so that the community can follow along. So as we all know, the board is always, just like we ask of our students and teachers, to be better, do more, be more, move forward with success. So we have these quarterly board self-evaluations to keep us knowledgeable and in tune with what our roles are as trustees in this district. So Texas Framework, Vision and Goals. This is Vision and Goals 1. The board has adopted student outcome roles. Last quarter, we were at Meets Focus. This quarter, we remain at Meets Focus. What keeps us there is the board meets focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. All board members and the superintendent agree that the student outcome goals, 1, will challenge the organization, 2, require adult behavior change, 3, are influenceable by the superintendent, 4, are the superintendent's first priority for resource allocation, and the board relied on a root cause analysis, comprehensive student needs assessment, or a similar research-based tool to inform the identification and prioritization of all student outcome goals. That keeps us at Meets Focus this quarter as well. Vision and goals. Any questions on that? No. Visions and goals number 2. This is Texas Framework Visions and Goals, Vision and Goals number 2. The board has adopted goal progress measures, GPMs, aligned to each student outcome goal. The board is still at master's focus because the board masters focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. All board members and the superintendent agree there is broad community ownership of the GPMs through involvement and communication with students, staff, and community members. The attendance of our board at our parent advisory committee meetings and student advisory committee meetings keep us at master's focus through that involvement of communication with students, staff, and community members. Any questions? Moving on to Texas Framework Visions and Goals number 3. The board has adopted constraints. Last quarter, we were at master's focus. We continue at master focus because the board masters focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. The board, in collaboration with the superintendent, has adopted 1 or more theories of action to drive overall strategic direction. And all board members and the superintendent agree there is broad community ownership of the constraints through involvement and communication with students, staff, and community members. The parent advisory committee meetings and the student advisory committee meetings that my colleagues and I attend, never more than 2 at a time, I believe, keeps us at master's focus. Any questions? Texas Framework Vision and Goals number 4, the board has adopted superintendent constraints progress measures, which are also referred to CPMs. We were at master's focus last quarter. We remain at master's focus because the board masters focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. All board members and the superintendent agree there is broad community ownership of the CPMs through involvement and communication with students, staff, and community members. I know Mr. Soto attends every single parent advisory committee meeting and every single student advisory committee meeting. And we do have my colleagues that attend those as well. That keeps us at master's focus. Any questions? Moving on, Texas Framework Progress and Accountability. Last quarter, we were at approaches focus. The board approaches focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. 10% or more of the total quarterly minutes in the board authorized public meetings were invested in improving student outcomes according to the time use tracker. We remain at approaches focus. Our minutes are higher than 10%, but lower than 25%, which is why we can't move to meets focus.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
what happened that we failed so badly? We went from a 12 to a 4 and we started doing our weekly workshops. And I noticed when I'm going over this, we're getting 0 minutes for having the workshops that are, we get nothing. We get absolutely nothing, no credit whatsoever for the workshop meetings that we are having.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. And last quarter, we were at 4, but I know prior to that, we were at 12. Prior to that, when we didn't have our work session. So our LSG coach and I spoke today, and there are consent items that we discuss that are being presented at work sessions, and we discuss them, that are directly related to student outcome. So beginning April, you were reading our minds today, Ms. Ortiz, beginning in April, we're going to signal those consent items during the work session agenda, the same manner that we do on our regular board agenda with a little asterisk. So that beginning in April, every time there's an asterisk on that consent agenda item that is up for discussion, if it has an asterisk because it is directly related to student outcome, we will be getting student outcome minutes. And we do have our LSG coach here, Ms. Linda McAnally. Ms. McAnally, do you mind confirming that conversation that you and I had? If you want to get on the microphone, that way the community can hear as well.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you.
yes, good afternoon, evening, board members and Mr. Soto and cabinet. Yes, but if the planning agenda has nothing that refers to GPMs or to goals, you're not going to get minutes in the planning meeting. And so that's typically how the agenda is formed. So that's one of the goals. That's one of the reasons in having Ms. Ortiz report those minutes so that you're aware, because the goal is to have more student outcome minutes than other kinds of minutes. So you're exactly right. But I can't think in the last 3 months I don't believe at any planning meeting was anything LSG related. So those are typically under individual items. So you would have to move them over from an individual item and put them on your discussion agenda or that you're having at your planning meeting. That would be the only way around it.
Okay.
So
But if at some point between April and the next quarter, which I think is June, one of our work sessions does have that, then we will be able to get
Yes,
minutes
ma'am.
for student outcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Exactly.
thank you. Any questions to Ms. McAnally from the board on this particular subject? Mr. Moreno, yes.
Yeah, I just know, because I mean, this has been a voice of contention like throughout the whole process of LSG, and it's something that we've kind of argued in favor of, ourselves. But I know, Mr. Soto, when we're making the agendas, I know you're trying your best to accommodate it, to support those minutes. But the work session, it's what it is. It's a work session, and I know he's always trying to keep the regular board meeting where we have this. Been in instances like this where we're gonna have a meeting on Wednesday, which I would think is a training. I don't know if it's gonna apply to this. This is a regular board meeting. We've had a meeting last week. We had another meet. I mean, we've had a large amount of meetings, more than usual.
Yes, sir.
So, but again, those don't support what we do, which is, putting the focus on student outcomes, student achievements. So I don't know what else we can do, Mr. Soto, or what
You have to do
ideas you
board
have.
business. That's right. You have to do your board business. Absolutely.
So I mean, I know you try your best, so it's just we're stuck in some sort of purgatory, I guess.
If I may, I suggest we take it when we can, and on those work sessions that we just can't. But on this particular matter, I also don't want to leave any stone unturned. So we'll take the minutes when we can. And if at any work session there aren't any, well, we already know why. It's not for lack of trying, just because it doesn't happen to be on that particular work session agenda.
Yeah, it's purposeful. That's why, that's what I want people to understand. There's a purposeful reasoning behind or rationale why it's structured a certain way. And then we read it out loud and it does come across like, if you've only come to this one meeting today, you're gonna be like, oh, you've only had one meeting where you actually talked about kids, and that's very misleading. And it just mischaracterizes us as a board.
Yes, Mr. Moreno, I agree. Thank you, Ms. McAnally. Anybody, any questions on progress and accountability one? Okay, moving on to the next one. Approaches, it's Texas Framework Progress and Accountability 2. The board evaluates but does not interfere with progress toward improving student outcomes. We remain at approaches focus because the board approaches focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. The board performs self-evaluations using the LSG integrity instrument, which we are, performed a self-evaluation no more than 45 days prior to the most recent superintendent evaluation, which is true, evaluates the superintendent in part on the results and progress toward the student outcome goals and constraints using information within monitoring reports according to the monitoring calendar. Any questions? Okay. Moving on to Texas Framework Systems and Processes, the board operates in a way that allows the superintendent to accomplish the vision. So last quarter, we were at meets focus. This quarter, we fall back to approaches focus. At approaches focus, the board approaches focus if all prior conditions in the following are true. All consent eligible items were placed on the consent agenda and more than 75% of the items were voted on using a consent agenda. The adopted monitoring calendar has not been modified during the past quarter. Both of those are true. It keeps us this quarter at approaches focus. The reason why we fell back from meets focus was because we have to have all the conditions under meets focus to be true. The one condition that we did not meet this quarter was an average of 3 hours per meeting. We had one meeting, December 7th. Board work session was 3 hours and 40 minutes. Our shortest meetings were 2 this quarter, and that was for 1 hour and 13 minutes each. So although we're falling back, I have to assume it was just a longer meeting than usual. And I am confident that we will get back to meets focus by the next quarter. Any questions? Moving on to Texas Framework Advocacy and Engagement. The board remains at preparing to focus because the following are true. The board has a two-way communication system in place where the board members at least once per year listen for and discuss the vision and values of their students and listen for and discuss the vision and values of their staff and community members. Maybe the two things that do not allow us to move to approaches focus on this particular template is the board has provided time during regular scheduled board authorized public meetings to recognize the accomplishments of its students and staff regarding progress on student outcome goals, which are different from extracurricular. Oh my gosh, the word, recognition to the students. And the board did not host a community meeting to discuss progress towards student outcome goals within each feeder pattern with low-performing campuses during the previous 12-month period.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
so then how does that look like if we were recognizing kids that earn scholarships or like, for example, Baumberger Scholarship? We have to attach it. We're like, hey, we're gonna recognize all the kids that passed their TSIA. Is that what we're looking at, or?
And Mr. Moreno, I will refer your question to our coach who's here tonight.
It's a serious question.
Well, you'll note that it does say that it's a recognition tied to your goals. So absolutely to a GPM or to your goals.
So then we should like maybe look into like when we're doing our DRA with our kindergartners and our first graders and second graders and recognizing them at a board meeting. Is that what we're suggesting?
you certainly could if it's related to a GPM or related to a goal or to TSI or absolutely, you certainly could.
But I mean, I guess we've gotten into the impression that nothing whatsoever really in regards to recognition. So I don't know, Mr. Soto's been looking to identify those components for us.
Well, we've actually had that conversation and so has Ms. Casey and I. We actually have. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Soto. I think you were getting ready to speak. Excuse me.
So then how would it look like, Mr. Soto, if you don't mind me asking?
Ms. Casey, can you let them know how we're gonna look at some of these kids that are doing really well on our universal screeners?
So we haven't come so far as to have them come to the board meetings. We do have that data and information. If that's maybe what the board would like to do, we could. But all of the, according to the board operating procedures at this point, all of the recognitions are done before the board meeting. So that would mean that would change, I would imagine, if that's the case, but only for those specific goals that are tied to the GPMs.
I was gonna say, it can't, I know we're having our board quarterly training on Wednesday. Is that something we can address with you?
Sure.
I can reserve for that too. That's fine.
Yeah. Mhm. Certainly could, if time allows, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so moving on to the next one. This is Texas Framework Synergy and Teamwork. Last quarter, we were at Master's Focus. However, we did not meet all the conditions this quarter. And so we are falling back to Meets Focus. Meets Focus is the board meets focus if all prior conditions and the following are true. The board maintained an average attendance of 80% or higher throughout all regularly scheduled board meetings over the previous 3 months. Agrees that all members have adhered to all policies governing board operating procedures. Agrees that every member has completed all statutorily required training. And rather than the superintendent, led the completion of Lone Star governance tasks. So we are at Meets Focus. The board is now this quarter at Meets Focus, but I am confident next quarter, we will be back to Master's Focus because we have to comply with all 3 conditions. One of them isn't, we haven't complied to one, that just kicks us back to the one previous. Any questions on that? And if you notice, the first one says have completed the Lone Star Governance Workshop. Okay, that's tomorrow. I'm sorry, yes, Wednesday, yes, Wednesday. Okay, so that is it, except I'm gonna go through the totals. So last quarter, Vision and Goals 1, we were at 12. This quarter, we remain at 12. Vision and Goals 2, last quarter, we were at 15. We remain at 15. Vision and Goals 3, last quarter, we were at 10. We remain at 10. Vision and goals 4, we were at 5, we remain at 5. Progress and accountability 1, last quarter, we were at 4, we remain at 4. Progress and accountability 2, we were at 2 last quarter, we remain at 2. Systems and process, last quarter, we were at 12, we fell back to 4. We will be at 15 next quarter. Advocacy and engagement, last quarter, we were at 1. This quarter, we are at 1 still. Synergy and teamwork, we were at 10 last quarter. We fall back to 9. Yes, can you read my handwriting? We had a total score a quarter ago of 71. This new quarter, our total score is 62. Any questions? 69. That's where I got the 9. Thank you. I love that I have a board that's paying attention when I'm not. So thank you.
So
Is
Madam
that right,
Chair,
Matt? Can somebody correct me?
no, you're right.
Should be 62? Who has a good calculator? Because my math skills, no, más no.
9 points.
So it is 62? I had it right. Okay. Okay. That's okay. We will be at 100. Yes, because if you add all of the current ones, you would think legal. We're going to talk about that with our coach as well. Yes. So, any questions on this, or can I move? Is there a motion on agenda item? Where is my thing?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Moreno.
I move to approve the board Lone Star Governance Quarterly Self-Evaluation.
I will second that. And if no further discussion, I want to open the vote. Can we open the vote?
Vote is now open.
Thank you. Mhm. Okay, gonna close the vote now. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no's. So agenda item 7C, 7D passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mrs. Ortiz.
I move that we convene in closed session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Sections 551.071 through 551.084 to discuss items 8A and 8B.
Is there a second on Ms.
I'll
Ortiz's
second
motion?
that.
Thank you, Ms. Limon. I will move forward with the vote since I don't think we have any discussion. Can we open the vote, please?
Madam Chair. I have
Yes,
Question real
yes, of
quick.
course.
You didn't announce it. Well, was that something different?
I'm
or-
sorry, ask me again.
Well, because before you will announce, okay, now we're going on to 8, and she just jumped in. That's why I asked, you know. Well, okay, just.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, so for consistency, let's all wait till I finish speaking and then we move forward. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo, for putting me in my place of wanting to be clear and consistent. I appreciate that, Ms. Carrillo. So we're opening the vote to go to closed session. Okay, can I close the vote now? We're closing the vote. Okay, so that is 7 yes, 0 no's for adjourning the meeting. And it is, I'm sorry, not adjourning, closed session, geez. 9:43. We're going to close session. Okay, folks, it is 10:17 and we are back in open session. Agenda item 8A, no action taken by the board at this time. Agenda item 8B, no action taken by the board at this time. Agenda item 10, to adjourn meeting. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second on Ms. Carrillo's motion?
Second, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Anything we need to discuss, or can I move forward with the vote? Okay, can we open the vote, please?
The vote is now open.
Thank you. And this is to adjourn tonight's meeting. Can we close the voting already? I have to wear my glasses now. Oh, Mr. Luna, always Mr. Luna. So that is a vote of 6 yes and 1 no.
Want to hear the presentation?
Thank you, everybody. Yes, I'm sorry. It is 10:19.